I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
And that show runs this week in Vegas from August 20th through the 23rd. Finding free parking just got easier near the Port of Los Angeles. Over 600 parking meters have been removed to help lure drivers out of their cars and into area restaurants. Gil Reyes reports.
Okay, here we go.
The city of Los Angeles yanks off the heads of several hundred parking meters in downtown San Pedro. That means free parking in front of restaurants like Neil's Pasta and Seafood. City leaders say it's about time.
By nickel and diming residents and local businesses and their customers, we lose out on thousands of dollars of sales tax revenue.
For years, people had complained that these meters hurt area businesses, driving away potential customers who didn't want to pay for parking. So the city is decommissioning over 600 meters. 540 in downtown San Pedro, the rest in nearby Wilmington.
And to make it really easier for my customers to come into the restaurant and spend money and shop in downtown San Pedro, it's just really wonderful, so thank you.
Some of the old meter poles will be turned into bicycle racks. Not all the meters are going. Staying put are 200 of the newer smart meters that take cash and credit cards, but they'll be upgraded to allow up to 2 hours of parking. Fees will also be reduced to around 50 cents an hour. 2 city-owned parking lots in downtown San Pedro will also offer free parking to further entice drivers to stop, shop, and dine. In downtown San Pedro, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
While driving through downtown San Pedro, keep your eyes peeled for free parking spots. You'll find them along 5th, 6th, 8th, and 9th Streets and also along Pacific Avenue. While the city responded to business owners in San Pedro by removing parking meters, over in downtown it installed a charger for electric vehicles for the growing number of residents who are driving green vehicles. Rasha Goel has the story.
Roughly 30 minutes max and your electric vehicle could be charged with the Blink DC Fast Charger. The first fast electric vehicle charger is now in Los Angeles, and it's just the beginning of more to come.
This is really about being innovative, creative, and pushing the edge about what is possible.
This fast charger is located next to 10 standard EV chargers in a public parking lot off Mateo Street in downtown Los Angeles, and can charge a Nissan Leaf, Mitsubishi, and build your own dream cars.
This one is about 480 volts of power, and it'll charge a vehicle anywhere from about 10 to 30 minutes. These 10 other units, they're level 2 pedestals, and they're 240 volt chargers. They usually take about 4 to 8 hours to charge a vehicle.
It's a pretty simple process. All you need is a Blink card, which you can get from their website at blinknetwork.com. Bring your car down here and charge it.
Having this charger just gives me that extra range. I also have a friend who lives in the building next door to this, and anytime I visit her, I can, plug in my car and feel like I'm ready to go even further.
And officials say the fast charger is a perfect fit for downtown, a neighborhood where residents are committed to living a sustainable lifestyle. From downtown Los Angeles, I'm Rasha Goel for LA This Week.
An access charge fee ranging from $1 to $2 per hour for charging starts August 22nd. The city's pools will stay open for a few extra weeks. Ways to save on energy costs this summer. And will your children and your children's children still be paying the Measure Our sales tax? These stories and more in City Beat. The Department of Recreation and Parks is extending the pool season at 46 pools for an additional 3 weeks to Labor Day, Monday, September 3rd. That means residents can continue to swim recreationally or take lessons at those pools. The welcome news comes at a time when parts of the city are experiencing above 100-degree temperatures. The city's swim season enables children under the age of 18, seniors age 65 or older, and the disabled to swim for free at all city pools. All others pay $2.50 or $2 with the city library card. For more information, call the department's aquatics division at 323-906-7953. And whenever temperatures rise and air conditioners turn on, the LA Department of Water and Power appeals to its customers to conserve energy use whenever possible. Some easy things to do: adjust thermostats to 78 degrees to reduce energy usage during the hottest hours of the day when air conditioning systems have to work hardest to cool. limit the use of appliances like dishwashers, washing machines, and dryers during peak hours as well. And even something as easy as unplugging electronics that aren't in use, such as cell phone chargers, DVD players, and microwaves, can help save electricity. For more energy-saving tips, go to ladwp.com. The Metropolitan Transportation Authority Board of Directors wants to extend the Measure R half-cent sales tax voters approved in 2008 into 2069. Proponents say extending Measure R, which pays for transportation infrastructure projects, will allow Metro to take advantage of low interest rates and speed up projects. But at a special MTA board meeting, several community members spoke out against the extension.
Just to be clear, this Measure R extension is also about accelerating highway, and 8 of the projects that are being proposed is all about increasing roadway capacity, and there is nothing environmental or public transit friendly about that.
Without the extension, the Measure R sales tax would expire in 2039. The LA County Board of Supervisors has voted to put the Measure R sales tax extension on the November ballot. The ribbon has been cut and the park officially opened in Valley Village. Visitors at the new Valley Village Park, located at 5000 West Park Drive in Councilman Paul Krikorian's district, will find 20 new picnic tables, 2 game tables, a new walking path, 3 park benches, and a shade structure over the children's play area. Funding for the park came from Quinby fees. As we told you earlier, school is back in session at LAUSD, but class of another kind was also in session a few weeks ago. The students, civic-minded Angelenos who got a crash course on just how city government works and how to use that knowledge to better their communities. Gil Reyes takes us to Government 101.
This free one-day course offered in English and Spanish is long overdue for Angelenos like Bonnie Kim.
I feel like Los Angeles in many ways is lacking in providing workshops or tutorials about civic engagement, and I really appreciate that the councilman's office is providing such a service.
Councilmember Eric Garcetti has hosted Government 101 workshops for the past 11 years.
It's the basics to help you get a park in your neighborhood, to figure out how to make sure that you have the right shops and easy places to walk to make sure that you can reduce traffic in a dangerous intersection.
Maneuvering through the legislative process can be complicated, even for City Hall veterans, but this course aims to simplify. Let's say you want to add a park in your neighborhood. The course shows you that you could approach Councilmember Richard Alarcon, who chairs the Arts, Parks, Health, and Aging Committee. If approved by his committee and the city attorney's office, your idea could be presented to the LA City Council for a vote. But the entire process begins with you.
I fundamentally believe the answers to our problems don't come from City Hall, or they don't come from a boardroom, or they don't come from the university. They come from a block where people live. They know that block better than anybody else. We just have to give them the tools how they can bring the change they need.
The program has graduated more than 1,000 people, now armed with the basic knowledge of turning their ideas into reality. In downtown LA, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
Government 101 takes place once a year, usually during the summer. And in this week's list of things to do, Shakespeare in the Park, a star party, and young mariachi performers. Catch the Comedy of Errors at the Old Zoo in Griffith Park on Friday, August 24th at 7 p.m. It's part of the Griffith Park Free Shakespeare Festival presented by the Independent Shakespeare Company. A live band and period dancing complete Shakespeare's most compact and fast-paced comedy. Performances are free, but donations are welcomed. The Old Zoo is located near the Ranger Station at 4730 Crystal Springs Drive. Go to iscla.org for more information. And the stars have aligned on Saturday, August 25th for a public star party at the Griffith Observatory. Free public star parties are held monthly with the assistance of the Los Angeles Astronomical Society and the Los Angeles Sidewalk Astronomers at the Griffith Observatory from 2 p.m. to 9:45 p.m. They are a chance for the whole family to look at the sun, moon, visible planets, and other objects, to try out a variety of telescopes, and to talk to knowledgeable amateur astronomers about the sky and their equipment. The Griffith Observatory is located at 2800 East Observatory Road. More info can be found at griffithobservatory.org. Mariachi Tesoro de San Fernando. Here, this youth mariachi ensemble play traditional and popular music of Mexico. You can catch this ensemble play on Saturday, August 25th at the Skirball Cultural Center at noon and again at 2 p.m. It's all part of the museum's Family Amphitheater performances, which are included with museum admission. The Skirball Cultural Center is located at 2701 North Sepulveda Boulevard. Go to skirball.org for details. And that's a look at some upcoming things to do. So what's better than a taco? A lot of tacos. And at LA Taco Fest 2012, it was heaven on earth for those who love the tortilla-wrapped treats. Now that's a bite. At LA Taco Fest 2012, no bite's too big, and there's plenty to go around as taco vendors and taco lovers converge on the Mariachi Plaza.
Here in Boyle Heights, where there's certainly a lot of tacos sold each and every day, but we thought we'd bring more people out here to taste different tacos and, you know, celebrate good food.
And good food starts with fresh ingredients. Each taco was made to order, starting with freshly pressed tortillas. But what goes into the tacos, well, that depends on your taste.
They're vegetarian friendly here at the Taco Fest.
There's tacos de lengua, tacos de sangre, and for those who are Spanish impaired, tacos de lengua means tongue tacos. Tacos de sangre means blood tacos.
For the faint of stomach, there are the more familiar tacos, even tacos de pastrami. And for yet another layer of flavor, some mariachi music to go with your tacos.
We're just hanging out, having some tacos, enjoying the time here with all the people out here in Boyle Heights. Absolutely. Having a great time.
The only downside, there aren't enough hours in the day to try every type of taco. But there's always next year. Some of the money raised at LA Taco Fest will go to Hoviness Inc., a Boyle Heights organization that provides shelter and job training for homeless youth. And that's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you could catch us online at lacityview.org. You can also follow and like us on Facebook. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
Parents, distinguished faculty, mom, dad. Today's lesson, how to exercise with your kids and save the planet. First, you must believe. B, that your children really are the future. Second, you must do. Instead of jumping in the car, let's go for a walk, or a run, or even a bike ride. No pollution, no oil, no gas. And as long as you obey all traffic safety rules, we're cool. Lastly, you have to live. Live into our big, beautiful, healthy future. Be, do, live. Watch the road.
Hi, I'm Kevin from Chatsworth, offering you a taste of New Orleans since 1986. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
Anyway, good morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, August 21st. This is your Los Angeles City Council. I want to welcome you. Today, the City Council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday at 10 a.m. Again, the public is welcome. You can come here to just watch us work, or you can come here to give public comment and concern. With that said, Madam Clerk, I do believe we have a quorum. Could you please call the roll?
Alarcon, Buscaino, Cardenas, Englander, Garcetti, Huizar, Carrasco, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Zine, Weston. 12 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Huizar moves. Correct second.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Parks moves. Reyes seconds.
Mr. President, today is Tuesday, and now would be the time for the flag salute.
Okay, if I could ask everyone to rise. We'll be led today by Council Member Joe Buscaino.
Thank you. Please face the flag of our country. Together, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Buscaino. All right, at this time, why don't we begin going through the agenda? You ready?
Item 1 is an item notice for public hearing. There are cards on this item.
Okay, let's hold that item.
Item 2 is an item for which public hearing has been held.
Okay, so now it's my understanding, Mr. Koretz, that you want to be a no vote on this item. Item 2. So anyway, members, we're now going to take up item 2. If we could open the roll, Madam Clerk. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 1 no.
All right. Next section on the agenda.
Items 3 through 9 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes required for consideration.
Without objection, those items are now before us. Do you have cards?
Cards on items 3, 4, 8, and 9.
Okay, Mr. Cardenas.
8 special, thank you.
And Mr. Cardenas calls item 8 special. Members, any other specials? Okay, let's prepare then to vote on these items. Let us, Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, next, or is that it?
That's it for the items on the agenda.
All righty. Mr. Cardenas, are you ready yet for your presentation? Okay, I'm going to call up, I want to do one more item, though, and then we'll go into your presentation. I saw Mr. Walsh earlier, John Walsh, HollywoodHighland.org. Mr. Walsh will be doing item 1, and I have a public comment card from you.
John Walsh, as you said, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org, or just go to Walsh Confidential. And in fact, we put up a new post over the weekend. Be very, very interested in taking a look at it. It's already causing a lot of controversy. This is item number 1 on the agenda, and this is another business improvement district. As I've said before, I think business improvement districts are the property owners paying for what the city should do directly. However, as I've said, the LAPD was of absolutely no help when across the street was infested by drug dealers. The only reason that those drug dealers were taken out is because the Hollywood Business Improvement District leaned on the LAPD, and their LAPD's friends, the drug dealers, were removed. And that's at the corner of Yucca and Igar. 1 minute.
Mr. President, Council should close the public hearing for this item. The ballot tabulation will be announced on Tuesday, August 28th.
Okay, so what do we do? We can proceed with the vote. Wait, is there another card on item 1? And that would be, are you Norris Agajanian? Please come forward. I did not see your card, sir. I apologize.
All right, thank you. I'm also against this safari walk. I looked at some of the figures on this thing, and what they're asking for is actually equal to 140% of the total of all the direct assessments on the property tax bill currently. And what they're asking for is greater than all of the voted indebtedness on the property tax bill, except for the unified schools. That's a lot of money. What are they going to do with all that money? Well, this area is only like 4 short blocks on one side of the street and 2 on the other. They said they're going to trim the trees. This isn't like cutting grass where you have to do it every week. You trim the trees maybe once every 4 years, 5 years. And then they're going to put trash receptacles. Well, if you put on 4 blocks 4 trash receptacles and maybe 2 on every other block on the other side, you have 8 trash receptacles. You're going to dump 8 trash receptacles once a week. That's a lot of money to ask for that. On top of that, they want a 5% increase every year for what they're asking. Now, according to the figures published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the average CPI in the last 3 years was 0.9%. That's less than 1% CPI for the last 3 years, and they're asking for 5% increase. Something's wrong here. They're asking for too much money. Now, out of the money that they're asking for, according to their own figures, $16,951 of it goes for administration and corporate charges. That leaves $53,678. Now, that means that for administration and corporate charges, they're asking for 31.5% of it to go to that, which isn't all of it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
I said thank you. Your time's expired.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Clerk, without objection, we'll close the hearing on this item, and then it'll be before us next week.
Yes, the ballot tabulation will be announced on Tuesday, August 28th.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to quickly go to general public comment. Donna Pearman, John Walsh, HollywoodHighland.org, Michael Carrion, if you could come forward, Lucy Caruso, Mervyn Evans. Ms. Pearman? Oh, okay. And as of this moment, general public comment is closed. Go on.
Okay, I'm in pain. My legs hurt, my back's hurt, and all that pain, and Mr. Garcetti is not even here. It took me 2 hours today. It can take up to 2 to 3 hours. You should reopen Van Nuys. You took away Maren Fogler's right to speak. You don't care that she's physically disabled, and it would be a huge hardship for her. I'm in pain, but she would be in a lot of physical pain and all sorts of pain. The orange line and red lights are crowded, and they can't accommodate the disabled. You need to open up Van Nuys. He took away my First Amendment right to speak last week when I spoke on number 13 and 14 about the senior project coordinator. You blipped out my words when I went to speak when I said about Van Nuys. It was connected. If you can spend the money on the senior project coordinator, you can spend the money for the video conferencing to Van Nuys. You wouldn't allow the Andrea Kaufman, Office of Disability, the ODO, by taking care of disabled people. The mayor said no, she couldn't accommodate just the disabled people who would have a harder time for the video conference, but you allow the senior project coordinator. If you can spend money, and you can spend money on all your projects. You can certainly send money for the video conferencing. You don't want the Van Nuys to speak. You don't want the people to hear the people speaking up for city employees. So this is not right. You need to open up Van Nuys. I'm in a lot of pain, but it's really hard to show it. And it's extremely difficult for me, and it's almost impossible for the physically disabled, for people like people in wheelchairs and walkers, people like Miriam Fogler. This is not right. You need to open up Van Nuys. Open it up.
Thank you, Donna. John Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. There's a new post up today. We had a candidates forum in East L.A. Miss Perry was there, but the two white candidates didn't show up. I understand Wendy Gruhl was afraid. This one was afraid to go to Boyle Heights in the evening. This is the kind of candidate who's running. They both stood up. Ya basta. The room was full. Casa del Mexicano, a former huge synagogue on Euclid Street. It was a fantastic success. Now, as far as Mr. Rosendahl is concerned, it's now 8 weeks of an empty chair. How many more weeks, we don't know. Will he release his medical records? No. He has cancer of the pelvic region. That is not a cancer. He refuses to tell us. Somebody, incidentally, it's the most controversial email I ever sent out. John Ferraro had cancer, said he was going to beat it, spent 1 year hardly ever showing up here, and guess what? He croaked of cancer. The politically correct thing for Bill Rosendahl to do is now get medical help. Do what Gabby Giffords did. See, the white men, these white people, they think they're immortal. Gabby Giffords didn't. She resigned to work on her health. And I want to say that YouTube, and the only reason he did a YouTube is because I complained here a week ago, is very, very disturbing when he asks for a miracle. Well, there are no miracles. And if he delays long enough, there's going to end up with a special election. I don't want him dying in office. He won't tell us what his cancer is, and he's politically correct all the time. Resign, Bill Rosendahl. You weren't elected to be an empty chair. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Okay, and I'm going to go. I know I've got Mr. Alarcon wants to say something and Mr. Labange, but I did speak with Mr. Rosendahl today. He indicated that he was in a very good spiritual place, that he was pain-free, that he's working from his home, that he's in a constant communication with his staff. He's very upbeat and determined to do whatever he can do to return and spend quality time with us. Mr. Alarcon.
Yeah, I just, Mr. Walsh, you know that we don't have any bad relations. I don't have a problem with your outspokenness over the last 20 years that I've been around. I appreciate many of the things you say. This time you went over the line, and I just want to say for the record that that Mr. Rosendahl is entitled to his privacy as anybody else is, and I don't think I just don't appreciate your insensitivity on when somebody is ill, and I think I would ask that you be a little more dignified as you normally are.
Mr. Labange.
I would second that what Mr. Alarcon said, and also know that Mr. Rosendahl is a great man, and we wish him well in this fight. And Mr. Farrar was a great man, and we wish him well a fight. And all of us got the moment right now, and that's what Bill Rosendahl would say. We have the moment. So every day's a blessing. And Mr. Walsh, I think what Mr. Alarcon said was very true. If you could show respect. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Councilman Rosendahl's staff for the diligence and casework and land use issues. They have been approaching Councilman Rosendahl's colleagues. They're doing an admirable job. They're very attentive. So I want to thank them on behalf of Councilman Rosendahl, as well as Councilman Rosendal's spirit and how he continues to make sure his staff is responsive. So I want to thank Councilman Rosendahl for his focus. Regardless of how much pain he's in, he's still very in tune with his district, and I just want to thank him for his diligence.
Thank you, colleagues. Michael Carrion, followed by Lucy Caruso, followed by Mervyn Evans. Mr. Carrion.
Thank you. I have a question.
when is the City Council going to start on time? In the 8 years that I've been here, not once has every council member been here sitting in his chair and starting at 10 o'clock. Yet, you change the forum, you get public comment going 16 different times in between here and between there. It's at the beginning of the meeting, it's at the end of the meeting. People who assume that it's at the beginning of the meeting get here early. People who assume it's at the end of the meeting get here late. You change the time and you have it early, and then you tell them it's closed, they can't speak. Yet, Krikorian, Englander, a lot of other, every council member here has walked in late before, yet the cameras are pointed at the public. All we ask for is for you to get here on time, like regular people do. If I show up at work as often as you guys do late, I'd be fired. Number two, the city attorney is over there reading some papers when he says we can't address the council members directly. Yet Mr. Labange is calling the gentleman that spoke before me and demanding his attention, speaking to him directly. Where's the city attorney telling us we cannot engage directly? I guess it's hypocrisy. Mr. Buscaino, it's been 3.5 to 4 months since he's had a meeting on the hillside that's falling down on Soto. He keeps canceling the meeting. He keeps postponing the meeting. He keeps changing the meeting. As a police officer or an ex-police officer, I thought you'd have a little bit more dignity and pride in your job. And you'd hold people accountable for their actions. If it's on the agenda, have the meeting. Don't cancel it. Or are you in that person's pocket?
Miss Lucy Caruso, followed by Mervyn Evans. Miss Caruso, welcome.
Hello. I want to talk to you things. I didn't come from Illinois to California to be a bag lady. And it's just too overwhelming for me to talk about.
Could we restart Mr. Evans' time? Good morning.
It's a pleasure to be here with our good friends at City Council, a scandal-free city managed very well. I'm deeply concerned that the Department of Corrections is dumping far too many high-risk sex offenders into certain segments of our community. I would appreciate if you would direct your Police and Public Safety Committee to examine that issue and contact the Department of Corrections Administrator Matthew Kay. We just have far too many high-risk sex offenders being dumped in South Los Angeles. I'm also deeply concerned that our governor respect the courts. There's a fixed number of positions that we can maintain in our Department of Corrections. We need to start creating dynamic and exciting alternatives to incarceration. Parole to military service, parole to a community college or a trade center. A lot of times people will have long-term sentences, and maybe they've learned their lesson and can be released early on a provisional basis to go to a school or a public training. The state needs to maintain and follow instructions from the court when it's referenced to the Department of Corrections. Personal privilege, Mr. Parks, if I could meet with your staff concerning an adjourning motion that I'd like to submit to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. That closes our general public comment. Okay, now for the purposes of an amendment, Madam Clerk, I want to request a vote on reconsideration of item 6. If, Madam Clerk, if you could please open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Now let's actually vote on the item. Item 6, let us open the roll.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Yes.
The amendment is, I don't believe it's been circulated yet.
The amendment has not been circulated? Okay, then we'll go to Mr. Cardenas on item 8. Mr. Cardenas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With me, I have some students from the Youth Community Rights Campaign, and then also we have Deborah Eduardo with LAUSD. She's the Director of Pupil Services, and we're going to give them an opportunity to speak, if you'll allow it, Mr. President. But first, what I'd like to do, and also, yes, Mr. Sines is here from CDD, the Assistant General Manager. First, what I'd like to do is remind everybody what's before us. What's before us is the opportunity for us to declare September Student Attendance Month. And some people might think, well, what's the big deal? Well, it is a big deal because we have far, far too many young people who are not attending school, and which hurts the community. It hurts them first and foremost, and in some cases actually cripples our school system from being able to educate them and the rest of the students. For example, in America, one student drops out of school every 26 seconds. I didn't say one student doesn't go to school every 26 seconds. One student drops out of school every 26 seconds in this country, and more than 1 million high school students drop out every year. That's 1 million. As a result, 1/3 of all public school, high school students do not graduate with their class, and African American and Latinos only have a 50% chance of graduating with their class. We know now that the students who drop out of school have lower earnings, higher rates of criminal behavior, the potential of, and the potential for being incarcerated, and are less likely to be employed. This drastically impacts our economy, with reports showing that even if half of the city's dropouts eventually completed high school, the remaining half would cost the Los Angeles community over $2 billion a year over their lifetimes. Reducing the number of dropouts by half would generate billions of dollars throughout their life and for the entire community as a whole. In the 2010-11 school year, only 62% of all Los Angeles Unified District students attended school 96% of school days or more, with only 56% of high school students graduating on time. As a result, LAUSD lost more than $155 million just last year alone due to the inability to collect their daily average balance for those students, which is the primary source of any school district in the state of California. This morning, I stand alongside the LA Unified School District, the second largest district in the country, to say that these numbers are unacceptable, and together we will do everything in our power to improve student attendance throughout the Los Angeles city and the community at large. Today, we join the LAUSD School Board in voting to officially make September Student Attendance Month to raise awareness of the importance of staying in school. And next week, the County Board of Supervisors will also vote on the same issue, making this a region-wide effort. Because of student attendance remains the primary factor in academic achievement, the LAUSD have set a goal of 100% attendance for all students. Working toward this goal, LAUSD has embarked on a student recovery effort that includes visiting students' homes to find those kids who are chronically truant and find ways to get them back to class. In other words, getting down to the root of the problem. LAUSD has also implemented critical reforms, including with its Information Technology Division, has created a number of attendance tracking systems and early at-risk reports to monitor attendance trends of individual students, and schools to provide the opportunity for prevention and intervention as well. In addition, the Community Development Department, our city Community Development Department, has partnered with LAUSD on student dropout recovery efforts by launching the new Youth Worksource Center system. These 13 community centers will focus on re-engaging out-of-school youth and getting them back into school. The system will launch on September 1st, and each center will have at least one LAUSD pupil service counselor integrated into the work of returning students to school and beginning their career training. So today is our opportunity to acknowledge the efforts of our community working as one and to increase student attendance across Los Angeles. And today gives us an opportunity, council members, to vote on declaring September Student Attendance Month. Also, what I'd like to do is acknowledge someone who has been tremendously involved in this and someone who actually spearheaded much of what I've talked about when it comes to the solutions that we've been able to put together as a community. Judge Nash, who's the chief judge of the largest juvenile court system in the world, for our county of Los Angeles was the one who pulled together myself, the school board, the school police, LAPD, LA County sheriffs, everybody involved, and said, enough. You sent me tens of thousands of kids to court when really they should be in school. And now we have worked together to make sure that we're focused on keeping kids in school, making sure that they're there to learn, instead of pulling them out of school so they can explain to a judge why they were late to school. So with that, I'd like to bring up forward first Deborah Eduardo with LAUSD, Director of Pupil Services.
Thank you. We understand that student attendance is one of the most critical factors in making sure students are successful and able to graduate. I myself am a former high school dropout, dropped out of school the first week of high school, had 4 children before I was 25 years old. I learned in my work that we need to provide our students with second opportunities and that we need to connect them to resources so that they can be successful in school. We so much appreciate this partnership with the city, with everybody coming together to make sure that we are offering our students and families the support that they need so that they can be successful in school. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas.
Next, we have Sharon Watson with us, who will be speaking on behalf of Judge Nash.
Thank you very much. Judge Nash unfortunately couldn't be here today, but this is one of the most important projects that he's been working on over the last couple of years, and it means a great deal to him that the City Council is considering this resolution to declare September as School Attendance Month. As Council Member Cardenas said, it is a wonderful partnership between the city, hopefully, the school district, Los Angeles Unified School District, and maybe a dozen other school districts across the county, as well as the County of Los Angeles itself. This is really unprecedented. It's never happened before. And we hope to bring the success that Los Angeles Unified School District has had with its school student recovery days across the whole county. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Robert Sines, who's Assistant General Manager of CDD.
Good morning. I'd really like just to thank the council for their leadership on this issue, especially Councilman Cardenas and Councilman Garcetti, who has worked with us very specifically on student recovery. Our 13 centers are going to be open September 1st, and we're going to be able to hit thousands of young people and returning them to school. It's not going to make a difference to that one individual. It's going to make a difference to the family. And we're also going to make a difference in our communities by returning thousands of young people to school, to training programs, and into the workforce. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we'd like to hear from perhaps who represents the most important people on this issue, and that is our young people. Alejandra Lemos.
Hello, my name is Alejandra Lemos. I am a youth organizer with the Community Rights Campaign at Roosevelt High School and a graduate of LAUSD. And I'm here because I would like to thank and stress the importance of student attendance, but also to urge and excited to work together to really implement positive behavior support in all of LAUSD schools. Roosevelt High School, where I've been working at, was one of the schools with the largest truancy tickets with the largest truancy tickets. But this year we have decided to partner with the administration as well as students, teachers, and community members to really work towards implementing positive behavior support so that our schools, and our goal is that we will create a safe, welcoming, and inclusive community at Roosevelt that will be invested in the holistic growth and education of our youth. And so I would like to say that we hope that we can continue working together on this issue and to really support the continuing implementation of positive behavior support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your positive speech. The positive behavior is working. Also at this time, Mr. President.
Maybe we could let Mr. Reyes say something at this point in time. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. And I just want to stand and thank Councilman Cardenas. Throughout his career here in the council, he's been very comprehensive about engaging the issues of youth from gang intervention and his committee work throughout the years. And to see this, I think, is evidence of the holistic approach you've been taking. I think it's crucial that when you look at my district, and 40% of the high school students in my district are dropping out throughout my district. And it is a real shame, but the last speaker that spoke that touched bases, Mr. Sines, on the issue of family, I'm hoping that we can start bringing in the parents into this dialogue. Perhaps having parents looking out for their children to continue school. I mean, the immigrant community, many of our population of different countries don't understand the social infrastructure, don't understand requirements for school. And as their children are going through those changes, the parents are left out in the dark. And therein lies a major barrier that we need to reconnect with our parents and our children. So thank you, Councilman Cardenas. Thank you for your speeches, the young people here, and for the school district for making sure that we make this an issue for the whole city, not just one arm of the city. Thank you so much.
Back to you, Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you.
No, Mr. Weezar.
Okay.
I think he does that purposely. See if I'm paying attention.
I just want to see if you're paying attention, Mr. President. Thank you very much, and congratulations to all your efforts and your work. It's great to see people who consistently work out there with our youth to continue to find ways to improve our youth educational outcomes. And Mr. Cardenas, and thank you for your efforts. I know you're very passionate about making sure that we approach issues with youth not through a law enforcement lens only, but it takes a comprehensive approach. And when we had issued so many tickets on truancy, and parents have to go to court and lose time, and we shouldn't be headed in that direction. There are other options, more counselors, more support systems. That is the real way to go. And last but not least, I always love this saying by Woody Allen, who once said that half the job is showing up. So to our students, half the job is showing up to school and doing a good job at that. So congratulations to you all. This work is not only LUSD's work, but it's all our work as well, and we're recognizing that today. So thank you so much for all your work.
Go on, Mr. Cardenas.
Really? I can give my turn. Okay, got it. Thank you. This is a resolution that's signed by all of the electeds in the city of Los Angeles declaring Student Attendance Month. I hope and expect that we probably would have a unanimous vote this morning, so this resolution will be concurrent with our vote and memorialize this very, very important event. And hopefully what we'll see is that every single year my former colleagues will go ahead and carry this through, and that we'll see this resolution change in the sense that the whereas and art thous in here will show the reduction in percentage of dropouts. It will show the increase in the young people who are getting educated and graduating from school. So this will memorialize a snapshot in time of the situation that we were faced with in 2012, and hopefully what we'll see is this situation diminish to the point where perhaps Student Attendance Month will be changed its name because of the progress that we've made. So that's what I hope and pray for. And I once again want to thank everybody involved. This resolution will end up in the hands of LAUSD, but I'm going to have my staff make a duplicate with all of our signatures, both to CDD and also to Judge Nash's office, and then some of the not-for-profits that have worked with us over the years. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Thank you. Now, we're going to vote for this after you take your photograph. We do have one card, Mr. Cardenas, and that card is from John Walsh. So, Mr. Walsh, if you could begin to make your way down the center aisle. John Walsh, Hollywood Highland. John Walsh passes on this item. So, Madam Clerk, on this item, let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, now, Mr. Walsh, I'm going to call you forward on item 6. The amendment has been circulated, so this first vote is for reconsideration. Madam Clerk, open.
Mr. President, it's already been reconsidered.
Okay, so now we are voting on the actual item. Okay,
Yes.
Mr. Walsh, come forward.
John Walsh, blogging at Hollywood Highlands, HIGHLANDS.org. Come see our new post. It's very undignified. This is just $10,000 being transferred from the former CRA to where? I spent a half an hour on the internet trying to find out what community service in CD 13 is going to get the money. It's not on the council file. Eric is busy campaigning for mayor, at least, trying to raise money. We want to know exactly where this money is going. It's not in the agenda item. It's not in the council file. Who gets the $10,000? And I'm sure if Councilman Rosendahl was here and he was in good shape, he'd be asking the same question. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Members, let's prepare to vote on this item. Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Oh, I've been informed that Mr. Garcetti is on Navy duty serving our great country. Mr. Krikorian, would you like to begin? Then go right ahead. We're going to do Revenue Day.
Thank you very much,
Item
Mr.
4,
President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We're, as you know, every year, colleagues, we set aside the larger portion of one meeting to discuss revenue options that the city might consider in addressing our continuing structural deficit and the continuing budget challenges that we have faced since the global economic collapse in 2008. Now, I want to, before we begin that, I do want to say that we've made tremendous progress as a city in trying to address some of those challenges. Like cities throughout the country, of course, when the stock market collapsed, when the unemployment rate spiked as a result, when we entered the greatest recession and economic crisis that we've faced in this country since the Great Depression, like cities throughout the country, this city had to struggle to try to figure out how to deliver basic services with vastly reduced revenues that were coming in. And that's been a painful process, as we all know. It's been a process that has included drastic reduction in a number of services. It's included painful sacrifices by our employees. But the result has been that in the coming budget year for 2013-14, where as we were looking at a deficit of $1.3 billion projected for that fiscal year just a few years ago, right now we've reduced that projected deficit down to about $250 million. Now, it's still a significant deficit, but the progress that we've made in reducing that projected deficit by over $1 billion in just 3 years is, I think, a phenomenal step in the right direction. We still have far to go, and we have fewer good options to address that continuing structural deficit. And that's, one of the that's what we're going to be discussing now as we discuss some of the choices that will be before this council, that will be before the people of Los Angeles in how to maintain services in how to increase efficiency, how to maintain services in a way that's least impactful on our continuing struggle to recover in the economy. And so with that, Mr. President, I'd like to invite up to begin this discussion our CAO, Miguel Santana.
Well, Mr. Krikorian, I've got 14 cards on this item as well, or 12. Would you want Mr. Santana to come up prior?
Why don't we go ahead and hear from the public first then, Mr. President, and then Mr. Santana will follow.
Okay, and as an announcement, we found an iPad in the back. Okay, so I think well, that's not the name that's on here. So you just make sure we're good. Okay. All right. With that said, we're going to go to the public. Mr. Reyes, if you could spell me in a minute or two. Okay, David England, Don Motkins, John Walsh, please come forward. Hello there, sir.
Good morning. I'm David England with the Los Angeles County Business Federation. BizFed represents over 100 business organizations and more than 185,000 businesses across our region. We also have more than 60,000 businesses in the city of Los Angeles. We're here to express our opposition to the proposal to double the city's documentary transfer tax rate. Doubling the city's tax will couple with LA County taxes and existing city taxes for a total tax bill of more than 1% of the price of a home. In our reshaped and downsized economy, this is a level of taxation a majority of today's potential home buyers simply cannot afford. While the city projects $100 million in new revenues from the increase, BizFed is highly wary of such a projection for several reasons, including the high market sensitivity to home prices and the acknowledged uncertainty in economic modeling of market elasticity and the ensuing dropout of sales by buyers who simply can no longer afford the new increased costs and instead go to neighboring competing cities. In LA's effort to solve its fiscal crisis, it is not sound policy to rely on such a volatile and unpredictable tax. Nor is it sound public policy to essentially target such a small population, approximately 2 to 4% of properties are sold each year, for such a large responsibility of closing the budget gap to benefit the entire city. There are many options available to help solve LA City's financial challenges, including additional cost-cutting, pension reform, and streamlining that do not have the effects of doubling the documentary transfer tax rate. We therefore urge you to reject this proposal. BizFed and its members stand ready to work with you and with the city to find equitable solutions that will ensure a bright economic future for all Angelenos. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, John Walsh, then David Kissinger.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. This is a very small revenue transfer property tax. L.A., people are making tens of millions of dollars in this city just by speculating in property. They don't build anything. What this does is nail the speculators. But no. The city and the county, they want sales taxes because sales taxes hit the middle-income people and the lower-income people the hardest. I applaud the city of Los Angeles for, and this is a preliminary motion, even thinking about going after the real estate speculators. And they always get up and say the same thing. We're going to leave town if you tax us. Where are they going to go? Huh? Where are they going to go? Are they going to go to racist Arizona? Bye-bye. The business community, they're all up here with their $3,000, $4,000 suits. I'm here with my $20 jacket from St. Vincent de Paul. I just want the public to know, if you want all the information, go right now to agenda item file number 120011S21. Oh, excuse me, that's 11-1357 S1. 11-1357 S1. When you're up there, go to your computer and watch these things because all the information is actually up there. HollywoodHighlands.org.
Mr. Kissinger, my apologies. I believe we had Don Watkins next, and then yourself. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, my name is Dawn Matkins, and I'm a representative of SCOPE, a grassroots community organization based in South Los Angeles, representing more than 30,000 supportive voters who are committed to fighting for family supportive jobs, access and training, benefits, and basic services that support a decent quality of life for all families. We want to say thank you to all of you for leading this important discussion on potential revenue for the city of Los Angeles. We want you all to know that we are committed to working with you to finding real solutions towards a healthy budget that protects and improves adequate services for all Angelenos. In support, we offer our resources, research, and expertise from the most impacted throughout the Los Angeles neighborhoods. In fact, we completed just this past week, in coalition with partners also representing working families, a voter polling project where nearly 4,000 voter households polled them on their perspectives on revenue solutions and taxes. And we'll publish those results for you all in the upcoming weeks. Today, we'll share with you a few punchlines that surfaced from our project, and here are three. There's high interest in a municipal oil tax to help generate local revenue. Interest in taxing oil drillers who drill in the city of Los Angeles, as oil drillers are taxed in many other cities throughout the state. Two, there is strong support for a progressive documentary transfer tax so that documents transferred in purchases on higher valued properties pay a higher...
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Mr. Kissinger, followed by Gregory J. Pollock. Mr. Kissinger, please come on up. Again, my apologies.
No worries. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President, members of the City Council. David Kissinger with the South Bay Association of Realtors. A previous speaker just said, where are they going to go? Well, I'll tell you where they're going to go. They're going to go to Inglewood. They're going to go to Burbank, to Long Beach. They're going to go to Torrance, where there is zero documentary transfer tax. It's only shared with the county. Why is that? There is a great deal of price sensitivity, which is something that we have documented. It is in the council file, and I'll just briefly paraphrase for you. If you increase the City of Los Angeles median housing price by $1,000, then almost 2,000 families are instantly disqualified from purchasing that home. It does not work for home buyers and home sellers. It doesn't work for the city either, and I want to share with you briefly how we're struggling with how the math is really not adding up in the proposal. We're looking at a proposal which would contemplate potentially closing up to 50% of the city's $200 million budget gap just with this one particular tax here. The projection is if you double the tax and you double the revenue by bringing in an additional $100 million. I would suggest to you that $100 million may not actually be there because the voters and the market and the constituents will respond by going elsewhere. So again, the constituents, the residents, they're voting with their feet. They're taking their tax dollars elsewhere. They're taking their kids to different schools. They're taking their new lives out of the community and to another location. So again, I would encourage you, the City Council, to reconsider this option, to consider other ways of balancing the budget, to take the burden off of the home buyer and the home seller so that they can continue to bring new families, to bring new kids, and bring new revenues into the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. No, it's Gregory J. Pollock and then Crystal DaCosta. Gregory J. Pollock and Crystal DaCosta. Good day, ma'am. Good day, sir.
Thank you. My name is Greg Pollock. I'm the president of the Beverly Hills Greater Los Angeles Association of Realtors. I am a resident of Los Angeles. I work in Los Angeles. I represent 6,000 realtors who are voters that work in the city of Los Angeles, and I'm opposed to the transfer tax. The other thing that you have to recognize is realtors are here representing homeowners or private property owners, and this affects them greatly. One of the things that is unfair is you're looking at in doubling the tax. We are the highest taxed as far as transfer tax in the county as we exist. And as other people pointed out, people will have other choices. But one of the things that makes it interesting and more difficult is that you're putting us in a position where we're in an economy on real estate that is on a very teetering and bordering. It's not strong. And when you put some kind of a tax on it, it makes it less a viable option. What you want to do is increase the sales in Los Angeles so that you can get more transfer tax. But when you do this, this is a detriment to increasing those the sales. So it's important that you consider the private property private property rights and not have this as a transfer tax increase, which is in place on a due on sale situation, and thus it makes it difficult for properties to be transferred and sold in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Crystal DaCosta. Then we'll have Deborah Brightly, I believe. Come on up. Good day, ma'am.
Good day. Thank you for having us. I'm Crystal DaCosta. I am Chair of Public Policy for the Beverly Hills Greater Los Angeles Association of Realtors. I'm also an independent real estate broker. And I'm here to just speak to the fact that why we do oppose this document transfer tax. We are still in a very, very fragile market. We have many properties that are going back on the markets, especially for first-time home buyers. The FHA requirements have them falling out. And we have sellers stretched to the limit. And it's not a choice. They are going into default out of necessity. If they have to make repairs to the property, if they have to give the buyers closing costs, all of this adds up. And I personally work with sellers and buyers. They are first-time sellers, first-time buyers. The sellers are stretched. They cannot afford any additional tax. They're either going to pass that on. I have a buyer now, a seller now, selling his house in Inglewood. If he had to pay one more thing, he is going to let his property default. We are desperately trying to hold on to a standard sale. The buyers that come to my open houses have literally said, are we on the Inglewood side or are we on the Los Angeles side? Specifically because of higher taxes. So buyers are paying attention. We are representing first-time home buyers. We're not representing big developers. Again, one more issue with taxes will just perpetuate the state that we're in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. After Deborah Bright, we have James Lutz, I believe. Good day, ma'am.
Good morning. Deborah Bright-Laney with the Beverly Hills Greater Los Angeles Association of Realtors, broker. I'm here on behalf to oppose the documented transfer tax. Where is our American dream of home ownership going to? People are giving up right now. Property values have decreased 40%. This tax will just take people over and not even want, excuse me, to have a desire to even purchase a home. The National Association of Realtors took a survey out of 725 voters, and 71% already said excuse me, that they would oppose this tax. This is something that we need to reconsider. All other cities are only charging a lot less than what we're proposing. $9 is what is being proposed by LA. Right now, someone can be in Beverly Hills and only pay 55 cents. In Redondo Beach, pay $2.20. This is something that needs to be looked at and reconsidered, and I just ask that you oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have James Lutz, then we have Peter Herzog, and then Beatrice, and I believe it's, I apologize for mispronouncing your name, Hanensa. Good afternoon, sir.
James Lutz, I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Beverly Hills Greater Los Angeles Association of Realtors, and we are here to oppose the documentary transfer tax proposal. Why? We don't want Los Angeles to be at a competitive disadvantage from the surrounding communities. Why would we want to increase housing prices when the housing prices are so fragile at this time? We are already the highest in the region, tied with Culver City. We will be super higher than in the region if we go to $9 per thousand plus the $1.10 per thousand, which would bring us to a full 1% of the purchase price going to a documentary transfer tax. This is going to affect not only homeowners, but any businesses that want to locate in the city of Los Angeles, buy a property in the city of Los Angeles. The City Council has been very good about attracting businesses to the city of Los Angeles. New car dealers waive taxes, new hotels waive taxes, but a business that wants to come in and buy a property, whether it be an apartment building or a commercial property on a commercial street, They are going to be affected by this. This is going to cause people to go to surrounding communities where the tax is only $1.10 per thousand instead of $10.10 per thousand. So I'm here to ask you to look for other alternative sources of revenue besides going toward the, to discourage the business community and home ownership in the city of LA. Thank you.
Thank you, James. If the audience, please, especially the folks behind our council members, if you just bring down the conversation. There's a lot of competition, and we should give our speakers the courtesy to be listened. So please bring down the conversations. Thank you very much. Sir?
Thank you, sir, and thank you, council members who are here hearing the public testimony. My name is Peter Herzog, and I'm with NAIOP SoCal, which is the Commercial Real Estate Development Association. And for the commercial realtors, this proposal for the transfer tax is extremely troublesome. We work hard to try to bring jobs and buildings to your facility, to your city. We live here, we work here, and the members that we represent are the ones that have brought you the 66,000 commercial units that are in this city. I have seen in various reports that there's sort of this idea that this is just a little tax, it'll just add a little. Well, let me tell you that nothing could be farther from the truth. For the commercial industry, we are really on the brink. I have members who have laid off 75 to 80% of their membership and are just struggling to keep the doors open. Additionally, if you do the math, particularly since the City of LA is so interested in infill development, which is extremely expensive to purchase and build, you can do the math and see the number of dollars you're talking about. It's not $20, $30, or $40. It's thousands and thousands. That has a dramatic impact on trying to get the financing of what's needed to do a commercial project. This tax just adds a different and additional problem. It's piling on. We're starting to have the death of 1,000 taxes and fees, and this has got to stop at some point in time if the economy in Los Angeles is going to recover. We hear a lot about trying to incentivize business. We want businesses to come to Los Angeles. We want to work here. But I can assure you this transfer tax increase would not incentivize any business. It would do just the opposite. So I respectfully request that you not move forward with this project. Take action today, not words. Take action and incentivize business by not moving forward with this transfer tax. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Beatrice Hanensa. And then we have Laura Olazo.
I just want to make sure my card is there. I put it the first thing in the first bar before anybody put in there.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm going through the cards as they are presented. Please.
Good morning. My name is Beatrice Herenza. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm here to also oppose the increase in the documentary transfer tax. I am both a property owner in the city of Los Angeles as well as a real estate agent. I have seen a significant decrease in the values of our area out in the Shadow Hills, San Juan, Tujunga area versus areas in Pasadena or other areas where I would say we have comparable school districts. Those areas are seeing great appreciation in values already versus our areas which are not. We are very fragile within the whole San Fernando Valley, and I look at it and I go, how can we now try to tax the homeowner who may be on the brink of a short sale where this determines whether or not they have to go short and ruin their credit versus being able to break even on a property sale. It's going to impact buyers as well. If I had known 20 years ago when I bought my house that these property transfer fees were going to be this high, I would have chosen a different community. It makes me sad to say that about the city that I live in, but I think that we really need to take a look at it from a property owner standpoint too, so that we aren't just penalizing property owners, but spreading it in another way. If there is a concern about the flip situation, then put a flip tax on if you sell within a certain period of time. That I can see as more equitable because they are making it for a profit. But property owners are here. They shouldn't have to be given a closing door prize of a very high transfer tax on the way out. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, ma'am. After Beatrice, we'll have Donna Proman. Yes, ma'am, please. Give us your name. Thank you.
Laura Olaso. I represent 3 associations of realtors within LA County. Together, these associations represent 6,000 realtors who do business within your city. A few weeks ago, we conducted a survey of 600 likely voters. When asked about the proposed transfer tax increase, without any arguments for or against, 67% of those likely voters were against new taxes. Once hearing strong arguments from both sides, including strong arguments that the proposed tax would go towards maintaining streets, keeping city employees working, bolstering public safety, and even preventing bankruptcy, your constituents opposed this transfer tax idea by 70%. We're open to sharing this survey with you. We'd be happy to meet with you and show it to you so you can see it for yourself. In the past few days, we've dropped over 100,000 pieces of mail in 5 council districts. Within 24 hours of our mail dropping, your constituents were signing up online and sending back support cards asking you to save them from unfair taxes. Please understand that this issue, as you can hear this morning, is of major importance to the real estate industry. It will only become more important and more costly should we see this on a March ballot. We urge you to find a different, a better solution to balance your budget in the future. We are willing to work with you on this issue. We love Los Angeles, but this is the wrong time for an increase in tax such as this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We have Donald Perlman, Pat McCosker, and Jason Elias. Good day, ma'am.
Yeah, hello. It was strange because I was the very first one inside the door before they even walked in. But, I guess it's...
No, and you're right. Unfortunately, it was stuck on the index card, so you were right.
Okay. Anyway, I forgot to mention that Councilman Garcetti's $10,000 project should have been used for video conferencing. You don't have to put painful sacrifices, painful choices on the city employees. It's bull. You should be taking painful sacrifices against yourself. You are against the low to middle class. You should get the revenue from the rich and the politicians. About the people who work very little on studies. How about the revenue you had from the CRA? Your revenue hurtful ways is going against the city employees is just another way to hurt the middle class. There's ways to get revenues. You didn't even try to get it from the collectives. That was a good way to get revenue. You just want to cut back, tax, and take away from the hardworking middle class taxpayers and city employees. You don't care about getting. Only way you want to get revenue is taking all the hides of the middle class and taking from the city employees. And that's why you shut down the video conferencing. Just another way to hurt the valley, another way to hurt the hardworking middle class. This is wrong. You're not trying to get any helpful way to really get revenue that doesn't hurt people. You don't find ways to, let's see what the city council can give up. Let's see what the mayor can give up and raise revenue from taking away from extra little perks that you get. How about getting one less car? Of course, you wouldn't do that. You just go against city employees. You just want to make the revenue cuts to hurt for the very people that put you into office. Maybe we should get you out.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Pat McCosker and Jason Elias.
Good morning, council members. Pat McCosker, President of United Firefighters. I may be about the only one, but I'm not here specifically about the transfer tax, but rather just about revenue in general. I want to start out by thanking you for your leadership, for having Revenue Day, and for looking for all legitimate sources of revenue, because I don't have to tell you, we need it badly. The cuts have affected every city department. My experience in the fire department has been we had a $90 million budget cut, the forced closure of 22 fire companies and ambulances. We saw, just like we said, response times rise and horrible and deadly impacts on citizens. So we've got to restore revenue. Not just restore it, though, but protect the revenue that we have. Specifically, I'm talking about our ambulance transport fees. I'm worried about privatization of your ambulance service. That would be devastating for public safety because of the professionalism that we bring, the expertise, and the fact that we're there 24 hours a day. We are the best EMS providers, and we need to continue to be that. But we take in $75 million a year in revenue right now, and that is going to perhaps more than double, thanks to not just AB 678, but more importantly to the Affordable Health Care Act, what people derisively call Obamacare. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of more people in Los Angeles who will be insured, both those living near the poverty line through the federal subsidy and the enrollment in Medi-Cal by hospitals of indigent patients. We're going to see an exponential increase in revenue, but there are those out there that want to give that away to private industry. The reason that corporations now are making this play for the ambulance service in Los Angeles because for the first time they see the possibility of making a profit in it. It shouldn't be about profit, it should be about public service and restoring your fire department. We need that revenue to put firefighters and paramedics back on the street. There are revenue measures you got to consider, like a benefit users assessment fee like the county fire department does of about $40 per parcel. You should consider that, and you should consider a sales tax measure. We actually polled that in 2008 before the economic downturn and found that almost 2/3 of people, respondents before the downturn, would have supported that.
Thanks, Pat. Jason Elias.
Good afternoon, council members. Jason Elias with SEIU Local 721 and the LA City Coalition of Unions. As you know, the Coalition of LA City Unions is and has been a partner with you in seeking solutions for the city's and the nation's economic crisis. We want to keep the middle class working, keep public services moving, and continue to create jobs and help keep Los Angeles moving in a sustainable direction. But let me point out, we did not create this economic crisis. Wall Street did, the real estate bubble and everything else. Working people are suffering, and they live in Los Angeles, if you didn't know that. And what Wall Street's solution to this crisis is to cut taxes. And at the same time, folks in Los Angeles may not believe in paying taxes, want their trash picked up every day, want their streets swept, want their parks open, want the cops on the street. Let's look at the services we can no longer afford right now. As I just said, parks are suffering. We've closed down child care centers, senior citizen centers. We can no longer cut street trees. Our streets are no longer being swept. It's an untenable situation, but the workers of Los Angeles did not create this crisis. So, what are we doing? Last year during the budget process, again, we want to thank the Budget and Finance Committee for giving us a seat at the table, allowing us to put our ideas forward. We're moving forward with the CAO and looking at how to garner some of the money from encumbrances, bringing it back into the city. We're continuing to be a partner. We think that the city needs to implement the Commission on Revenue Efficiency's ideas for revenue collection and continuing to create efficiencies in the cities, and we will continue to be a partner with you.
Thank you, Jason. If we could ask our CAO, Miguel Santana, to return to the center table. And Mr. Krikorian, I kick it back to you, or do you just want him to begin?
Thank you, Mr. President. No, I just wanted to thank the members of the public who came down to speak, and I appreciate the spirit of cooperation and positive looking forward as a group that was reflected by all of the speakers. None of the options ahead of this city are easy ones, and everyone has negative implications. But we are in a situation that Mr. Santana is about to describe that we haven't faced before in our lifetime in the last few years. We've made significant progress, but we have further still to go in addressing our structural deficit, and there aren't easy options to do that. So today's discussion is going to be about choosing among a variety of options, none of which are simple, none of which are easy, none of which are without pain, but some of which are going to be necessary to ensure the continued fiscal solvency of this city. So with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Santana to discuss where we are, where we've come from, and maybe what some of the options are for where we're going to go from here.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Miguel Santana, CAO. We have a PowerPoint that we'll walk through, and our report was also submitted that was intended to add to what the CLA produced on the variety of options before you. We'll go ahead and start off, as the chairman indicated, with a reminder of the difficult choices and decisions that your council have made over the last several years. allegations that the city has simply deferred or resisted any real change or any real recognition of this challenge are simply not true. The workforce that we currently have is smaller than it was during the Tom Bradley administration. Your council has eliminated entire departments. It has worked with labor to establish unprecedented changes in how we fund retiree health care and make contributions towards health care. We've laid off employees. We've had employees retire through the early retirement program. And as Mr. Krikorian indicated, we significantly reduced our projected deficit. 3 years ago, we had projected by fiscal year 13-14, on July 1st, a year from now, our deficit would be well over $1 billion. Today, it is about $200 to $250 million. You don't do that by simply delaying difficult choices, and your council has certainly demonstrated that it's willing to do so, as well as the mayor. But what is before you now is actually tougher than what you've had to do over the last 3 years, because we are now confronted with a $200+ million deficit that is harder to address because we have less options today. And so we believe that to be able to maintain the level of services that Angelenos are expecting, a new revenue sources require. And the services that are most jeopardy at this time are public safety. 70% of your discretionary dollars that you have say over go towards public safety. And somehow over the last 3 years, you've been able to draw a circle around public safety to prevent dismantling the quality of services that we had. That's not to say that public safety hasn't been impacted. Certainly what we've seen in fire and in the police department, there's been significant impacts. But the only way of addressing the deficit before you now, the cuts that remain, are those in public safety, and you will walk through that. So in the next slide, we show what the deficits are expected to be over the next few years. 216 is what we know of today for next fiscal year, and that grows to 327 million, and then starts leveling off. This is what is often referred to as our structural deficit. And what's driving that is that our expenditures are outpacing our revenue growth. Even during this recovery, we've actually seen an increase in our revenue of about 2.5%. But unfortunately, our expenditures are growing at a faster rate of 3.9%. And it's because of that gap that has created the deficit that we have. So the only two options you have is to obviously make further reductions and reduce your expenditures. And that's why the discussion around pension reform is so important. And also increase revenue so that together you eliminate that deficit. So what are the options that you have before you? And the CLA did a great job in providing you a list of the various options that you have. If you were to consider asking the voters of Los Angeles to actually support expanding or adopting a new revenue source. So I won't go into the details of it. Certainly when Jerry comes up, he and I could help answer any specific questions you have. But there are a variety of choices that are available. And unlike other parts of the country, in California, if we were to make any changes to these revenue streams, a vote of the people are required. So if you were to increase the gas tax by 1%, it would provide you an additional $7 million. The TOT, which is also very volatile, it's what people pay when they stay at our hotels. If you increase that by 1%, it would generate $11 million of additional dollars. If that would be what was recommended, this room would be filled by the hotel industry saying what impact that would have to visitors to Los Angeles. We have considered a billboard tax of 1% at $24 million. increasing the communication users tax at $24 million by 1%. Electric users tax, increasing that by additional 1%, $30 million. Sales tax, there's certainly been discussion about that, and your other jurisdictions in the state have actually increased the sales tax. It probably would provide the greatest amount of revenue if it was increased by the full 1%, probably enough to eliminate the deficit altogether. But people vote with their dollars, and ultimately there would be an argument made that people will simply go to Glendale or to Beverly Hills or to Long Beach or to another part in the county to purchase their items if we increased our sales tax. And then the parking occupancy tax, if that was increased, it would provide $45 million. And finally, the documentary transfer tax, if that was nearly doubled, it would provide an additional $108 million. So when we looked at the various options before you, if you're willing and open to considering a revenue source, we tried to identify what you would need to do to generate approximately $100 million or more to help mitigate the deficit. And again, even if this were to be placed on the ballot, and even if the voters of Los Angeles were to support it, it's still not enough to deal with the deficit that we will be confronting just several months from now. So it would take a combination of virtually all the taxes minus the parking and documentary transfer tax to be able to get close to adopting a change in the parking and documentary transfer tax. And so as you consider what you may ask the voters to support, you should consider what that means in terms of the number of different increases that they would be expected to vote on. Now, what happens if we don't? If at the end of the day, the advocates against this are successful in failing to place it on the ballot, or if the voters ultimately decide not to support it? The challenge of solving a $200+ million deficit is incredibly difficult, as the chairman of Budget and Finance could tell you, and certainly the CLA, having spent many, many hours after the mayor's proposed budget was submitted to try to mitigate a much smaller gap. But as an example of how we would get there, if you would require that all general fund departments that still exist to take a 10% cut on top of the 10 and 20% cut that they've already taken over the last 3 years, you could generate about $240 million. In the police department, most of that would come from the police department, followed by the fire department. And so again, the impact on public safety would be significant. We could try to eliminate the negotiated cost of living adjustments that we're contractually obligated to provide, that are scheduled starting July 1st, and that would provide $66 million. You could try to ask the Rec and Park Department now to live entirely based on their charter revenue source. The chargebacks, as they claim, could be imposed at 100%. Making many of our parks passive throughout the city, and likely creating a series of layoffs that would only generate about $24 million. You could eliminate the entire crossing guard program, a program that we're not mandated to provide, but certainly for all of us who have children know how important that is, and that would generate $11 million. You could cease funding for LAHSA, the homeless authority for the city, and generate $9 million. You could stop police hiring altogether and not choose to hire any additional police officers next year. And there's certainly been a lot of discussion about that in years past, but at the end of the day, it saves you $8 million next year. Now that number grows the following year because you'll have a full year savings if you were not to hire for 2 consecutive years. We barely fund anything for our infrastructure today. We suspended our policy to start paying 1% of the general fund towards infrastructure, and on my recommendation, your council agreed to suspend that policy. But we still spend a little bit on emergencies and those things that we must do, like fix our elevators. And that if we eliminated that altogether and made everybody walk the stairs instead of taking the elevators, we would save $7 million. We could reintroduce the controversial modified coverage plan, which the fire department spent long time trying to undo, and it only would save you a whopping $5 million. And then you could eliminate the neighborhood council subsidies, controversial, $4 million, the zoo subsidy at $2 million, and actually close down shelters and bring you to only $2 million. And of course, we could always bring back the P3s for parking and for meters, which will take time to do and certainly be controversial, and again would only provide one-time relief, requiring us to confront the problem again the following year. So the options in terms of cuts left to be made are very clear, and this was not intended to provide sort of the sky is falling scenario. We sat down and really thought about big ticket items of what's left that we could actually do to try to mitigate this shortfall. In all honesty, if a new revenue source is not introduced and adopted by July 1st, I am without any clue as to how we solve next year's shortfall. And for your CEO to confess that is a stark thing, because our options are that limited. You've done the cutting already, and virtually every single department, including my own and your own, has been significantly reduced over the last few years. So there's been some discussion about the documentary transfer tax, and my office is recommending that that you direct further examination of that. And the reason we recommended the documentary transfer tax is because it does a couple of things. The first thing is, as was stated, it is a tax that's incredibly variable. If you look in our report of the pattern of changes that it's gone through over the last few years, it reached its peak back in the height of the housing boom, and it was at in 2006-07 at over $200 million. Today, it's about $100 million, and you could speak to most economists, and most would argue that property values are at a low, and that they probably have hit rock bottom, and they'll slowly start increasing. So if you were to double the documentary transfer tax today from $4.50 for every $1,000 of value of that property, you would generate an additional $100+ million of new revenue. Now, what does that mean to your average resident? So if you look at the average median price of a home in Los Angeles, that's $385,000 for the month of July. Today, if they were to sell that home at that median price, they would pay $1,733,000. By doubling it, they would be paying $3,465,000 for that same home price. And so it is an increase. It is, when you look at it in isolation, it could be identified as a significant increase. But when you consider it within the context of the home price itself and all the factors that people make in deciding to purchase a home, then we believe it's one, considering all the other options that you have, would have the least amount of impact. The second reason is that because home values are at a low and will slowly, very slowly be increasing, by doubling the tax today, you're creating a real base to work from. And so what we would propose, in addition to asking the voters to support this, that you also establish a policy and adopt an ordinance that states that anything beyond the $100 million of additional revenue would be locked away for one-time expenditures like fixing sidewalks, fixing potholes, dealing with the infrastructure that we know is deteriorating. The city currently doesn't have an ongoing revenue stream to deal with infrastructure needs throughout the city. And the debate around sidewalks has certainly demonstrated how difficult it is to find those revenues. But by allowing this tax to move forward and doubling it, you not only provide an additional $100 million of revenue for the basics of what city government is, and primarily public safety, but in addition to that, you provide new revenue to actually invest in infrastructure. And so as that tax increases, the additional amount beyond the $100 million gets entered into those one-time projects. And then once that the economy slows down again, then the city is not confronted with a huge shortfall because we didn't add that additional dollars into our base. And so we were proposed that. Doubling it, as the next chart shows, it is true, it would make us the highest in LA County, but it would still allow us to be lower than Oakland and Berkeley and San Francisco. The other option that we're recommending further examination is the parking occupancy tax. And this is a tax that you pay when you park your car in a garage that charges. Currently, the tax generates about $91.7 million. We are proposing increasing it from 10% to 15%. What that would mean is that we would still be less than Pittsburgh, San Francisco, Chicago, Philadelphia, New York, and we would be at where Miami is. The highest, of course, being Pittsburgh at 45%, San Francisco at 25%, and Chicago between nearly 20% and 50%. It is a tax that could generate approximately $45 million of additional revenue and would be part of the overall mix of solutions to help mitigate our shortfall. So imagining for a moment that these two additional revenue sources get adopted, then what does that do to next year's deficit? And if we move on to the next chart, if you look, even with these two revenue sources, we still have a shortfall. For next year, it would be over $50 million. For 14-15, it would be $150, and for 15-16, it starts declining to $114 and $217. The point behind this particular chart is to show that there isn't one single simple solution out there. You've explored every option that exists and have adopted many of them. And so the way we get out of the fiscal crisis that we're in is by adopting a number of solutions, of which we believe these two can be part of a package. How we solve for $50 million is doable. It doesn't mean that it won't go without sacrifice, but it won't result in the significant reduction of public safety services in the city of Los Angeles. And like any budget, we would recommend that we look at a combination of ongoing and some one-time. And last year's budget that was approved, the majority of the solutions that you approved were actually ongoing, and the minority of them were one time. And so some combination of that could still be explored as we move forward. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
Yes. Thank you, Council President. And it's daunting what's in front of us, and I appreciate your hard work. I know for about 3 years now, and I've been trying to get us to understand the value of our assets, our properties. I know it's in some type of process, but the more I see other cities not sell off their land and use their land to invite public-private partnerships to generate revenue for the city, how close are we? Is that still in the ballpark? Is that something we could begin to at least estimate? I understand there will be a public auction of properties of the city in the near future, if not October. Yet we're making decisions to sell off property, and without, I believe, council's knowledge as to the specific location of these properties. I don't know how much they know. Is that properties that could be stimulated so that we could have private partnerships to generate revenue? Are we in a position, do we have the skill sets to go through that process of a sale leaseback so that way we could generate revenue? I just need to understand how long will it take, and by the time we do this, will it be too late? Because here we are now creating revenue, and you're giving us a very clear picture as to the consequences of our actions. But that has been in the process for almost 3 years now. Can you enlighten me as to where we're at and how soon can we see any results? I know we did an RFP. We put money in the budget. We are going out to seek out the expertise. We understand through our existing departments we don't have the skill sets to move in that direction. How close are we? Because that, to me, is a major issue in how we generate revenue for the city.
Well, it's a good point that you're making, because ultimately, if you look at the last chart, you know, even after these revenue sources, and we still make up the difference with cuts, the goal ultimately is to grow the economy and ultimately to grow the revenue that the city receives through that growth in the economy. And you've been an advocate for best utilizing the city's assets, the very property that we own, to spark economic development throughout the city. In some cases, we own a prime piece of land that's not allowing development around that community. And so in response to the questions and the leadership that you've provided, and also in response to the dissolution of the CRA, the city is taking a very aggressive approach to develop a new economic development model using the city's assets as the vehicle to get there. In the budget, you approved the allowing the CLA and my office to actually issue an RFP to bring in outside experts. This is an area where the city is recognizing that because we relied on the CRA for so long, we're trying to develop a new model. We actually need external help to figure this out. The proposals are in now. They're currently being evaluated. We had well, actually, the deadline hasn't passed yet, but we had a bidders conference on the asset management. We had an unprecedented number of interests. Over 25 different firms expressed interest to try to assist. And then we're also working on the economic development front. It is part of the long-term solution to addressing the city's finances. It is not the panacea for next year. And it is not our recommendation that we simply sell our assets to the, it is our goal actually to use those assets to spur economic development. The conversation around the convention center, which is a city asset, is about maximizing that asset so we could bring in more people to Los Angeles so that they stay at our hotels. And so that's moving forward in part to your leadership.
Okay, Mr. Krikorian, I should have kicked it right back to you. I apologize for that slip, but maybe you could tell us how you see us moving forward from this point.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just so members can understand how the discussion will be proceeding, following Mr. Santana, we're going to have a presentation about revenue collection from the Department of Finance and our Inspector General about what steps the city is taking to enhance our effectiveness in collecting revenues that are currently due. And then following that presentation, Mr. Miller will come up and discuss the spreadsheet that you have before you with the entire menu of revenue options that have been considered. And it's a pretty comprehensive list. So we'll have an opportunity to have a dialogue about the broad range of revenue suggestions that have been generated by this council, by the CLA's office, by the CAO's office, the mayor, and others, and the public. So that's sort of the, so if you want to focus your questions on the relevant portion of the discussion,
Or do you
I think
want to
that might
hold
keep our
quest-
dialogue going a little bit.
Mr. Krikorian, would you like to hold the questions until all of the presentations are done? Or because I've got 4 members on the queue now that have questions for Mr. Santana.
Well, I just want to say that that members will have the opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Santana, who's not going anywhere. But if you would like, Mr. President, I think it might keep us on focus a little bit more to go through the presentations and then questions of all of the staff members.
Okay, let's bring up finance then.
Okay, so I'd like to invite up our General Manager of the Department of Finance, Antoinette Cristoval, and with her our Inspector General for Collections, Fernando Campos, who will be coming up to the table as well to talk about steps that the city is taking and is planning to take to continue to improve the quality of our revenue collections. Ms. Cristoval, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I want to touch on some of the revenue collection actions within the Office of Finance, and of course the Inspector General will elaborate more too. Just to touch on some of the best practices that we have within the department, we do perform audits of businesses, and in terms of the audit penetration rate, we are well within the industry norms. We have a stratified audit penetration rate, which is about 6.2% for businesses with gross receipts over $1 million. We have various online filing and payment options for taxes and permits. As a matter of fact, all of the taxes and permits that are handled within the Office of Finance are available online for businesses to conduct their business. We provide many payment options, which include debit, credit cards, ACH, e-check payments. For fiscal year 11-12, over 200,000 businesses renewed their business taxes online using our e-filing services. And we collected over $216 million in payments from various businesses for payments of taxes and permits this past fiscal year. So we think that we are definitely within the norm for best practices, and in some cases well ahead compared to other businesses, whether they're within the state of California or throughout the United States. We have various programs to get taxpayers in compliance. We have an Offer and Compromise program. That program, as you know, was implemented in 2010, and that provides businesses an avenue to pay or settle their taxes. These are businesses who are experiencing a financial hardship. Our Administrative Tax Lien program, which has been in place since December 2010, we've been very successful with that program. To date, we've collected $6.2 million in additional revenue that otherwise would not have been collected. We have multiple intercept programs, which we believe is the best practice. One is, in particular, is with the Controller's Office, where we interface our LA tax records against the Controller's FMS system, financial management system, to intercept city payments that are due to businesses to satisfy outstanding taxes that are owed. We interface with the Building and Safety Department to ensure that contractors have a valid tax permit. If they do not, and if they owe taxes, they have to settle that before they can engage in any business with the city. We work collaboratively with the Police Commission as well as the City Attorney's Office on revocation of parking permits for unpaid taxes. We also have on the city's intranet for city departments, they are able to view non-tax debtors as well as tax debtors. And what we encourage them to do is to refer these debtors to the appropriate department to settle their debt prior to doing business with the city. We have been successful in that regard, and we'd like to continue to have departments view that site to ensure that they are referring those debtors to the appropriate department for collection. Of course, the parking and occupancy tax, We are responding to the recent audit, and I can say that many of the recommendations are already in process for implementation. We are moving forward with the ordinance to decrease scofflaw operators. The parking tax collection bond, as I understand, that's been released to council for consideration. The installation of permanent revenue control equipment is underway, the ordinance. Relative to the parking revocation, as I mentioned earlier, the revenue collected to date from this particular program is about $1.8 million. Of course, over the past few years, we've implemented a number of amnesty programs, and those programs have generated over $48 million. We have various tax discovery programs where we use various databases to identify and register businesses that are operating in the city without a business license. The total recovery generated since the inception of the Office of Finance is $215 million. One notable tax discovery program is the AB 63 program, which is matching of state franchise tax board records with our LA tax system, and that's generated $155 million to date, and that's additional revenue that otherwise would not have been collected. We also have a voluntary tax disclosure program. That program was introduced about 6 months ago, and what it allows businesses to voluntarily come forward and register and pay their tax obligations due to the city. We have identified 30 qualified taxpayers. To date, we've collected a little under $1 million, and we've assessed about $1.1 million. Relative to citywide collections, we do refer tax and other debt to the city attorney's office. Our litigation referral program since 2000 has generated $16.2 million and $5.7 million this recently past fiscal year. Our top tax debtors program, which is available on the Office of Finance website, since 2009 has generated $12.4 million and $5 million for the past fiscal year. Relative to the citywide collections unit, that's a unit within the Office of Finance, and we also use collection agencies. Collectively, with the unit staff, internal staff, as well as collection agencies, we've generated $31 million for this past fiscal year. We issued an RFP for new collection agencies, primary and secondary. We have received and reviewed the bids, and we anticipate our report to council will be forwarded within the next month or two. Relative to the finance directives, these are the core recommendations. Of course, we did submit an updated report in June of this year. 35 of the recommendations have been implemented, completed, or submitted to council. 24 are underway. 18 are pending or next steps. Our centralized accounts receivable reporting system is operational and is being utilized by our citywide staff. We are also working closely with the Inspector General on several initiatives, which I'm sure he will address. And just looking at the revenue overall that the Office of Finance is responsible for collecting, business taxes for the past fiscal year was exceeded by $3.1 million. So we did exceed that the revenue target of $436.7 million. The transient occupancy tax revenue, we exceeded that revenue target by $1.5 million. The sales and use tax revenue target was exceeded by $3.1 million. The communications users tax, which is the telephone tax, we met budget. The documentary transfer tax, we exceeded the budget by $3.2 million. And if you look at the total revenue, and those are just some of the revenue sources that we're responsible for collecting. But if you look at the finance total in terms of the $2.5 billion that we're responsible for collecting, we pretty much hit target. We were like 0.3% under budget. So I think that is definitely commendable, for my staff who have worked very tirelessly to ensure that revenue is collected and that is owed to the city is received. So with that, I open it up to the Inspector General or questions.
Well, I'm going to go back to the Chairman, Mr. Krikorian, right now, and then back to the Inspector General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think the important point to be made here is that the public rightfully has demanded that this city make every effort to collect every dime of tax revenue that is due to us. And that has been something that we've heard consistently from members of the public who don't want any more services cut, who don't want new revenues to be imposed until they're confident that we're doing everything that we can to collect the revenues that are currently owed to the city. And I want to applaud Finance for redoubling its effort to make sure that we are engaging in the kind of best practices that Ms. Cristoval just described in order to ensure that we bring in the revenues that are due to us. We're taking another very important step forward with the creation of the Office of the Inspector General. And while we've made great progress so far, the Office of the Inspector General will provide us with the opportunity to improve those efforts even further. And so I'm pleased to be able to introduce our new Collections Sheriff, as he's colloquially known, the Inspector General, Fernando Campos.
Good morning, council members. Fernando Campos, Inspector General, CAO's office. Wanted to address a couple of things that have been made in public comments. One is how are we moving forward with the core recommendations, the Commission on Revenue Efficiency, and also some audits that have been brought before you over the last several years. The Core Commission has resulted in more than 200 recommendations. In addition to that, the Controller's audit and also other studies that have come forward before you have resulted in an additional 150 recommendations. So in total, I have about 400 items that I'm looking at. I've been on board for about 60 days, about 2 months, and wanted to address that as a high priority because all the items that are addressed in the Core and also the Controller's audit are considered extremely important for me in terms of looking at ways that we can create revenues and also enhance those revenues. So my report will be coming to this body within the next 30 days in terms of where we are with those recommendations. Overall, about 20% of those items are either completed or are ongoing. An additional 50% of those items are in progress and are in discussion. An additional 30%, or the last 30% or so, is still not activated or no discussion has been moved forward. So with the dedication of my position within the Office of the CAOs, I am planning to move those items forward so that we can have a good dialogue, a transparent dialogue, and be able to respond to the citizens and also to the folks that have provided these great ideas moving forward. Wanted to also provide an idea in terms of where I'm going over the next several months and developing a collections reform strategy. 5 focus areas will be on my agenda. One is looking at governance and administrative oversight. And the governance and administrative oversight is really looking at demystifying the collections process and also the challenges. There's been a lot of discussion out there in terms of what is our accounts receivable number and that figure and how much of that figure can we actually collect. Unfortunately, a lot of the items, and I will put forward my report on the actual
If you could hold for
figures.
a second, Inspector. Sergeants, would you remind some of these fine deputies on the side that the noise is coming up too loud, and so we have to pay attention to the speakers? Thank you very much.
So, in terms of governance and administrative oversight, looking at demystifying the collections process and the challenges and also looking at the accounts receivable figure, a lot of discussions in terms of what amount can be collected, what is actually collectible for us. Unfortunately, a lot of the accounts in our portfolio have been sitting there for more than 20 years. We have some accounts as old as 1993, and many of them are in the early 2000s. There has been a great effort by the Office of Finance, and I commend them for all their work that they have done over the last years in terms of moving forward on the collection of those accounts receivable. But unfortunately, majority of that money has been dated or has passed the statute of limitation. In the state of California, our limitation in most cases is about 3 years. In some cases, is about 4 years. Again, some of the accounts are as more than 20 years old, and statute of limitation has passed. So the Office of Finance, along with the Office of the Inspector General, have encouraged and are working with departments to move forward with the write-off process so that we can actually treat these accounts and move them forward so that we can actually consider possibly selling that debt to a broker or third parties to see if we can get any pennies on the dollars on those accounts. Another area that we'll be looking at, that I'll be looking at, is looking at how we can work smarter on our collections process, realigning the collections process, the billing, our collection function. Is that going to be an area that will produce revenue efficiencies or at least operating efficiencies for us? So I will be looking at that area moving forward, along with the ambulance billing and also the parking occupancy tax that both Miguel and Antoinette have discussed earlier in their presentation. A second area that I'll be looking at is using our legal and legislative considerations, ways that we can synchronize our ordinance for our collections. So in many cases, departments have a 45-day rule to refer the accounts to collections. In some cases, we have 271 days before we refer those accounts to collections. So looking at those ordinances, synchronizing them so that we're all working on the same timeline. The whole rule of thumb is that as soon as if you can get that account into the collections queue for collections, the higher the likelihood for you to collect. So the sooner the better in terms of recognizing a revenue. Third area that we'll be looking at is looking at our financial strength in terms of creating new revenue sources and looking at ways that we can enhance our revenues. Departments have submitted about 115 ideas, and I would like to express thank you to all those departments that have provided those ideas. Last summer in 2011, departments provided about 115 ideas to create revenues. About 30% of those ideas have been implemented and are ongoing. Another 50% are still under consideration. So I will be working closely with our office and also with those departments to move forward and at least vet those ideas out, because any idea moving forward from the departments is incredibly important to us. The fourth area that I'll be looking at is also looking at economic and business development, ways that we can do business better with our businesses, ways that we can increase competition, looking at our collection agencies and putting them on a same playing field where they're competing against each other for our collections portfolio. The last area that I'll be looking at is also our social and technical investments. So currently the city has the financial management system, and as the Office of Finance has indicated, we are looking at ways that we can do payment interception. So if we have a person who owes us, can we look at a way that using our system and technology where we can intercept that payment? Lastly, I've been working extremely hard over the last 60 days. Again, a report moving forward from my office within the next 30 days will be presented to the committees, going through the Budget and Finance Committee and also the Audits and Government Efficiencies Committee, and then ultimately to the Council for consideration. And then at that point, my entire collection reform roadmap would be laid out, and at that time I'd be able to provide more information regarding numbers and how much we can actually realize in revenues. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready for the next presentation from Mr. Miller? If Mr. Miller would come forward.
I'd like to ask the CLA to come forward. Jerry Miller, to go over some of the options that are set forth in the document before you, colleagues. And Ms. Cristoval and Mr. Campos, if you could stay close, because we'll probably have questions from members when Mr. Miller concludes.
Good afternoon. I will be relatively brief. Most of you have seen before. This is probably our fourth or fifth revenue day that we've done here before the council. We released a report yesterday, and it's got an updated matrix attached, and it's broken down into 6 categories. General tax measures for possible placement on the March ballot, special tax measures for operating costs for the ballot, special tax measures for new facilities and capital costs for the ballot, general revenue items that do not require voter approval, public-private partnerships, and status of instructions to report dealing with revenue issues. Now, I will say to begin that we do agree with the CAO's recommendation to go on the ballot in March with the documentary transfer tax and parking tax increase. I think it's important to, again, keep this in context. There, as Miguel indicated, there's been substantial cost reductions to keep our budget in balance. And Proposition 218, which passed in 1996, 16 years ago, essentially prevented the increase of any taxes without voter approval. And in fact, the city has not, in 16 years, ever gone to the voters and gotten approval for a general tax. So it has been 16 years since there's been any tax increase at all for purposes of the city general fund that was approved by the voters. We've attempted to get a couple of special taxes approved. We tried a number of years ago for a tax related to police services. The county attempted one county-wide for police services again, and we were on the ballot most recently with a gang tax initiative that also did not pass. It failed by, I believe, about 1/10 of 1 percentage point. And that really brings up the question, why now? Again, we've gone through substantial cost cutting. As Miguel indicated, the impact of continuing to close our budget only with cost reductions results in an unacceptable service level and would have huge impacts on public safety, which again you've attempted to largely protect. Now, in order to do that, we have to be on the ballot, on a ballot with which the legislative body is running. That means March of the odd years. So if we do not go on the ballot in March of 2013, we cannot go on the ballot again until March of 2015 with a general tax measure. Now, we can go on the ballot with a special tax measure. That requires a 2/3 vote. And as I've indicated, we have been successful in getting 2/3 votes for bond programs. We have never been successful in getting a 2/3 voter approval for anything dealing with operations. So again, we do feel very strongly that the time is now to move forward. We need to continue to cut costs, clearly, but we also need to develop new revenue sources and additional revenue in order to balance the budget. Now, very briefly, I think in terms of some of the public comment, you do have in Section 1 on general taxes, the documentary transfer tax increase, the sales tax increase. You could do that as well. In order to generate the kind of money we're talking about, we would be probably about 0.5% higher than any surrounding areas at all. And that brings the specter of people simply taking their business outside the city of Los Angeles. So the revenue that we could possibly collect would be somewhat uncertain. The parking occupancy tax, which we've discussed, the transit occupancy tax, again, we are near the highest. And that is, again, a concern. Our tourism and hotel business is doing quite well right now, and obviously that's one area we want to encourage. Utilities users tax on either electricity or gas is another possibility. We're already amongst the highest, so to add another 2, 3, or 0.1% or 0.5% of that, we would be way out of whack with others in the area. We've looked at the barrel tax on petroleum extraction. It was placed on the ballot, and it did fail. Billboard tax continues to be discussed, and it's something that you may want to pursue. And again, at most, we estimated that would generate $24 million. So even with that, that wouldn't be sufficient to balance the budget. And finally, the sports and entertainment ticket tax, which Miguel mentioned, is again something that we're looking at, but the kind of revenue we might expect is uncertain. And I will say at this point also that one of the things that you're going to need to consider between now and October 31st, which is the deadline to put something on the March ballot, is also one of strategy. It quite bluntly is a matter of how much do you put before the voters. You don't want tax measures competing against itself. So it really is a matter of collectively deciding strategically what our best opportunities are to generate the kinds of money we need to continue to support services. Now, I won't go through the rest of this matrix. I certainly can answer any questions on it. Rec and Parks and Fire have expressed interest in potentially, again, a special tax requiring a 2/3 vote for services. So it's something that can be considered, but again, focusing on balancing the general fund budget, we would suggest staying towards the general tax areas. Finally, the P3 issues, the Zoo and Convention Center, are taking a separate track. And at the end, we give a summary of the instructions related to revenue and the status of those. So with that, I'll stop and available to answer any questions you have.
Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what I'd like to do is just open it up for discussion now and questions. I would not envision that we will conclude this discussion with a specific proposal, but I would hope that we would finish this discussion with specific directions to staff to come back with priorities of ours for revenue enhancement. So with that, I'd like to open it up for any questions that members may have.
Thank you, and I want to thank all of the folks that gave presentations today. Good job, Mr. Krikorian, and to our Director of Finance and CAO, CLA. Mr. Zine, you're on the queue.
My turn?
It is your turn,
Thank you.
Mr. Zine.
Well, a few questions regarding this. When I look at increasing taxes, the state wants to increase taxes. The federal government wants to increase taxes, and with the Medicare situation, I think it's a terrible time to increase taxes all across the board. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to avalanche the people with tax increases from the federal, the state, the local, and there's going to be a huge backlash. So my concern is, let's be real with it. When I look at what we've done in the past, the sanitation fee, and I looked at my bill, $100 and some. Whatever happened with that money? That was supposed to be full cost recovery to the general fund to help us run the city. A lot of money was collected, and somehow it seems to evaporate. The $26 million, you talk about increasing the taxes on parking lots, there's $26 million we haven't even collected on parking lots in the city of Los Angeles, leave alone increase additional taxes on a focus that we haven't even collected. And our treasurer, finance director, we did a news conference on this. We're moving forward on this. But there's a lot of deadbeats that aren't paying their fair share. And that's one of them, the parking lot owners that have tried to skirt the law. I met with Mr. Campos, our Inspector General, and discussed some of the issues, and he wants to go after. But my focus on it is, if we increase the business tax, if we increase the property transfer tax, if we keep increasing taxes and taxes and taxes, people are just going to rebel. And this particular time in history, when we see the governor with his increase coming down the line, and the federal government, their increase coming down the line, and Water and Power wants to increase the fees for the water and the power, I mean, the people are going to say, at what point is enough? What point do we then say that this isn't working for us? So I'm really opposed to this focus of increasing taxes. We have to manage government, we have to deliver the services, but we come forward with tax increases or fee increases or surcharges, and it hasn't worked. And now we're talking about more and more and more. And I know what's happening with other jurisdictions. They haven't managed the budget. We have to manage the budget. And I empathize with what your task is, but for me, representing people who have to pay those bills, and they're already screaming they can't pay enough, drive down the street, $4.19 for gasoline, and it's expected to go higher. I mean, the people in this community and the people in the city are saying enough. So for the realtors that are here, I support what you're saying. A property transfer tax increase is going to hurt you. It's going to hurt those people who are struggling, and we're going to have more foreclosures. We're going to have more vacant lots. We're going to have more problems. We need to somehow streamline the operation, and we need to collect money that's due us, whether it's the park lot owners or other. But we increase the phone tax. We increase the tax for sanitation, or the fee, I should say, and it seems to disappear. And then we come back with more suggestions.
Mr. Zine.
I can't, in good conscience, vote for any additional increases until we can account for what we are missing. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, Mr. CL, Madam Director of Finance, Mr. Miller. Thank you and your staffs. It's a very serious time. Our lives are very short. Our city's life is very young. 100 years now, and next year we'll celebrate the centennial of the water that brought to the Pueblo. How many pipes need to be fixed? How many sewers need to be fixed? They all need to be fixed. And how do you pay for it? So there's a challenge. So you have to ask the question, Do I follow the lead of Mr. Zine, who just said don't do anything? Or do I have an honest discussion? I want an honest discussion to see what we could do. Because I know if people paid more and saw less potholes, they wouldn't be ringing up the phone to say we want better streets. If parents and others said let's keep our parks clean and operational, they would feel more part of the city. We're successful, Mr. Parks and I and others, all of you, the voters, Prop L for the libraries now to open up, as sure they would. Infrastructure is key. We got to look at that. Partnerships. I want to see a county-city partnership. It's not privatization. It's partnerships. Tell me when you go to the Hollywood Bowl, you don't feel that there's a partnership there. No, you see a good venue. The county art museums on Wilshire and Exposition Park. There's a partnership. We need to do those partnerships. Our park system. Get the Boys and Girls Clubs involved. Take a few centers to keep other centers open. Partnerships are key. Sidewalks. Here's the tough question, members. Do we say in the commercial districts we give them a citation to fix their own sidewalks? Do we give commercial C-zone properties? So that's where people trip and fall. It's terrible that they trip and fall. We look at that. Do we look at assets? Assets not in a negative way, but in a positive way. I don't want to sell assets, but I want to maximize assets. We have the greatest government center outside of Washington, D.C. Thank you, County of Los Angeles, and the park, Jan Perry's work in the new park. But do we promote it? Do we get the tourists down here that we should? This is a tremendous asset. We have to promote that. And, Mr. CAO, we have to open up the parking structures in City Hall East, underground, so people have a place to park and you get revenue. Here's the tougher questions. Parking tickets. I have a lot of parking zones. Hours 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. I see them write tickets at 8:56. Is that good to do? Do we run people away from the business district? Do we put it all back on parking tickets? I'm not sure, but I think we should have an honest discussion on that. All of this is real important. The last thing, Mr. CEO and staff, prior to, you're too young, Ray, but there was a thing called Prop 13. They had split roles. Commercial paid higher than residential. Part of 13 equalized it. Residential properties turnover more. There's about 800,000 in the city of Los Angeles in commercial properties. Commercial people own their property for a long time. Do we ask the voters of Los Angeles if they want certain things to improve? Do you come back with a split role?
Thank you, Mr. Labange. We're going to try to adhere to our timeline. Mr. Santana, I did not afford you the opportunity to respond to some of the concerns that were raised by Mr. Zine, and I would like to give you that opportunity now. You or Mr. Miller?
Sure. Sure, a couple of issues. First of all, in terms of the telephone users tax, the council reduced that tax. It didn't increase it. It reduced it by 1 percentage point. It did expand some of the new technologies to which it applied, but the actual tax rate was reduced. And I will say that that tax continues to go down. As I mentioned in the opening statements, the City Council has not had a general tax increase in 16 years. Now, there has been some fee increases on specific services, fire permits, building permits, et cetera, to again try to generate additional money for general fund uses for all those services that don't have direct fees attached to it. In terms of the sanitation or the trash fee, that increase, you went to full cost recovery in 2006. Since 2006, based on the current year, the increase in that is $185 million per year. Mr. Zine asked, where did that go? Well, by way of example, the increase in the police fire total budgets from 2006 to today is nearly $800 million. So you have spent almost $600 million more on police and fire than was generated through the trash fee. So that's where that money went, was the council's priorities to ensure that we continue to fund our public safety activities. But again, all of that money and more has been used up.
Thank you. Thank you. With that said, Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know nobody wants to deal with taxes, but obviously we're very short. So the question is, can we look at taxes that are felt the least in a difficult economy? For instance, if we have a tax on entertainment and tickets. One could say, and I don't know exactly what we're proposing, how much, but as an example, if you're going to pay $30 for a ticket at Dodger Stadium and there was an extra 50-cent tax on that, would you ever notice it in a million years? The Dodgers might not be happy about it, but in reality, it's not going to stop a single ticket from being sold. So have we looked at that, and what are the numbers? Just as one of the thoughts.
Well, that's, and I'll let Miguel respond as well if he wants. That's one of the issues we're continuing to explore. In terms of the magnitude, I think, and again, this is public information, I think we can use the Staples example. Staples has a ticket fee on every attendee at Staples Arena. And you know how many events Staples Arena has per year, and the total fee that generates per year is about $4 million. So if we were to try to spread that to all entertainment events, and that's a 4% fee. So quite frankly, it is a source of potential revenue that we're continuing to explore. There is no way that revenue is going to come anywhere close to $100 to $150 million.
And because the city currently doesn't have it, it's really hard to, as Jerry said, indicate what it is. It essentially is another gross receipts tax. And in the context of eliminating the business tax, we would be basically putting in a gross receipts tax on a specific industry. Certainly other cities do. New York is at 4.5%, Philadelphia at 5%, even San Fernando has one at 28 cents on each admission charge. So it's something to be considered, but it's not, as Mr. Miller indicated, going to be significant enough to address the shortfall.
And also on the potential transfer tax increase, I think we clearly need to look at whether or not there would really be an impact on the industry and on sales, because I don't think any of us want to do something that would have a real impact. Have we looked at what has happened in San Francisco, Oakland, and Berkeley, both in terms of how is a coalition put together that actually allowed such a thing to pass at an even higher rate than we're looking at, and is there any way to quantify the impact? Is it actually impacting sales or not?
A specific study hasn't been done. We did speak to a number of economists as we looked at it, and most of them indicated that they believe that it would have a minor impact on the sales of homes and property throughout the city. What we could direct is the analysis to be done by the Office of Economic Review, or analysis rather, and have a specific assessment done by a third party to establish what that impact can be.
And the other part of my question...
Thank you, Mr. Carrizo.
Mr. Weston, I have
last question.
An unanswered part of my two-part question. Have we looked at what happened in those cities to allow the community to get together and actually pass a pretty dramatic increase in that area to where it's triple what we're doing now? How did that happen in those areas? How did the realtors and that community react to that issue?
We haven't done that specific an analysis to Northern California cities, but we could certainly do that.
I think that would be a good idea.
Thank you, Mr. Koretz. I'm going to try to adhere to our timeline here. Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm pleased to partner with Mr. Krikorian on this to bring the city family together here at the table, talk about our revenue options. And I've always said it's not much of a budget issue, it's more of a revenue issue. And to hear the report here before us, something we can at least have, something we can move on and move forward with. A little concern for me that, you know, Mr. Miller indicated that the last 16 years we've tried to ask the people of this great city to increase some taxes. We've had a horrible track record. How confident are you to, now that in light of what's happening, as Mr. Zine indicated, what's happening in the state and federal level, that, you know, we're going to ask the people to increase taxes here in the city?
Well, I think my initial reaction to that would be that what we asked for were special taxes, which required a two-thirds vote. In each of the cases that I mentioned, we had more than a majority. So it's a balancing act. Had it been a general tax, we would have passed it. Then again, if it hadn't been specified for a specific use, people may not have voted for it. So the bottom line is we can't tell you for certain, although in virtually every case that we've gone before the voters, we've gotten more than a majority. We've not been able to get the two-thirds. And I guess I would also say, as indicated earlier, we realize that the timing is not good, but unfortunately with Prop 218, you don't have a lot of flexibility. It's either moving now or waiting until 2013 and continuing to cut services until that time. Or 2015, I'm sorry.
And just like police work, we can't arrest our way out of the problem. Well, I say we can't tax our way out of this problem as well. But I know Mr. Santana indicated earlier that we've made every effort in tightening our fiscal belt. Can you just let the people know again some of the efforts that we've made as a city for those who missed it, just so that we can continue this discussion?
It's important to point out that your council and the mayor, when the crisis hit, did not propose taxes as a solution. Unlike other cities throughout the country, Chicago, other major cities, they immediately went to revenue as a way of addressing the crisis. This city did not. And instead, it went internally to figure out how do we live within our means. Reduce the size of the general fund civilian workforce to the lowest point since the Tom Bradley administration. Renegotiate virtually all of our contracts where our employees are, the majority of our employees are now contributing a part of their salary to cover the cost of retiree health care when that benefit was provided for them for free. Eliminated actual departments. Reduce subsidies in certain departments that receive their own source of funding and require them that they become self-sufficient, which resulted in reductions in our rec and park system and throughout the city. Looked at virtually every single general fund department and reduced it between 20 and 30%. Maximized the use of the special funds to the extent that the general fund was subsidizing those and made sure that they were 100% self-sufficient. All of that is in part why the city is well received by our bond rating agencies, and when we issued our TRAN last year, it got the highest rating, but they also recognize that we still have a while to go. To answer your question concerning the point that raised with
and
Mr.
if you
Zion,
could wrap it up, Mr. Mc...
is that it comes down to a trade-off. So if this doesn't get approved, okay, then what is the cut that you're willing to accept?
Right. Got it.
Okay, Mr. Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just know if this is this a tax issue, is this a city services issue, but I know my time is up. But
okay.
Thank you for your response.
Mr. Parks, for the first time.
Thank you very much. I just had a couple of questions to catch up on something. A while back, we talked about evaluating a process to where we begin to look at the taxation on corporations that basically buy each other and yet the property's never reevaluated. Where are we on that?
Yeah, what you're referring to is it was a documentary transfer tax. It was a transfer of partnership that didn't result in the recordation of documents. The county is now collecting that. I'd have to get you updated figures. It's actually much less than some had suggested it would be, but they are now collecting that.
Okay, so if we can get that. The other one I was going to ask, and maybe I missed Ms. Cristoval's comments, but I've been waiting and interested in where we are on the several hundred recommendation on Macia et al. Report, and then I understand the core group came up with another rendition of their reports, and I was just wondering what the status of those are.
Yes, sir. I actually touched on that. The finance initiatives, those are the ones that finance is directly responsible for. We have implemented a number of the recommendations that were submitted by the council that were in the Macias report, as well as CORE and the Controller's Office. We did release a report this past June with an update on the various initiatives. And as I had indicated, I can tell you real quickly here. We actually implemented 35, were either implemented, completed, or submitted to council. 24 of them are underway. We're working within our office and with other city departments. 18 are pending or next steps because there are additional technology and other resources that are needed. And of course, the centralized accounts receivable system is operational. So we've made a lot of progress on the various initiatives. And of course, we will be working closely with the Inspector General on providing more updates.
And the core report?
I'm sorry?
On the core reports, do we have any status on those?
That includes the core reports.
I'd like to see a copy of that June report. I don't think I've seen that. Does that cover core and Mesilla?
It covers the first blueprint on tax collections. The Corps did issue several other reports. We have not provided any.
Those are the ones I was interested in.
Well, Mr. Campos will report on those when his report comes out in 30 days.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Englander.
Thank you. And I was going to ask a lot of the same questions Mr. Parks just did about the other reports that are outstanding and where we're at with some of those initiatives. And also thank you for bringing all this information forward as we've heard it time and time again. But in looking at all of this, I did have some specific questions relative to what's being proposed in the transfer tax. And I'll go on the record and say I don't support it for many reasons, but without going into too much of the detail, on the report it says here it's $4. We're currently at $4.50, but that doesn't include, I don't believe, the county portion, which is another $1.10. So it's actually a net of $5.60 if we do the comparative to San Francisco and other places. And then I believe San Francisco, as it was discussed, that if this body does entertain the idea, although again I'm against it, but if they do entertain the idea, that they should at least also look at the fact that San Francisco and some other places, I believe, have discounts as well that you can apply for. Their scales, so it doesn't affect some folks that are anywhere between the $100 and $1 million range. We would become the highest in those categories. And there's discounts for solar and other things that you could take right off your documented transfer tax, as outlined in the California City Documented Property Transfer Tax Rate website that I found that's got some of that information. So if we can look at some of that as well. And just say, and I think Mr. Zine made a good point, it's about all the taxes. One of the things that we haven't taken into consideration is the economic development aspects of what we can do, all the proposals to try to bring businesses back here to be more business friendly, to look at not just the large businesses that we've lost. And one of the things that we started looking at by industry, and when we recently passed the initiative to not have a business tax on auto dealers, we've lost $60 million a year, $60 million in net revenue to the city of LA in our portion of the sales tax that we would have had we been more business friendly and kept them here. And so looking at some of those industries to say, what can we do to be more friendly to business, because they're the ones generating revenue and sales tax, and industries that we've lost here. And I think that really needs to be a lot of the focus, quite frankly, rather than just the idea of taxing our way out of here. I was reminded of a quote that it said, "It's the duty of a good shepherd to shear his sheep, not to skin them." So I'd like to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Englander. So now we'll go to Ms. Perry and then Mr. Krikorian to close.
Mr. Santana, I don't know if you or Mr. Miller may have the institutional memory on this, but one of the ideas you suggested today, I think, was a 1% increase on the TOT. Am I right?
That's one of the options that we looked at, yes.
Well, over the past 10 years, we didn't have as many hotel rooms as we do now, and we have more coming online. I just wonder if anybody has any institutional memory, if this idea has been floated before, what the response was.
Well, it was floated before. This was actually pre-218, I believe, the last time the hotel tax was raised. It caused extraordinary opposition from the hoteliers. The city leaders at the time got together with the hotel community and essentially worked out a deal wherein some of that hotel tax would be dedicated towards the convention center to bring in tourism and to benefit everyone. So Again, it's an option to look at. It's not one we're recommending at the moment. But yes, any increase in the hotel tax would likely have significant opposition.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Krikorian, to close, and if you would make whatever suggestions guide this council.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues and staff, for, I think, a very substantive and productive discussion about where we are and what the options, what the limited range of options are that are available to the city to continue the progress that we've made in addressing our structural deficit. You know, this is always a difficult conversation for any of us to have. Any of us who are elected to office, any of us who are seeking re-election or election to another office, any of us who have to respond to the calls of constituents. It's never a simple thing or an easy thing or a comfortable thing to talk about revenues at all, let alone a new increase in tax. But it's important for us to remember, too, that 2/3 of our general fund budget goes to police and firefighters. So if you don't support a revenue enhancement, and we were facing a $250 million deficit in the next fiscal year, then you have to consider, okay, where are we going to get that $250 million? It's going to come out of public safety. And we already had the representative of our firefighters here today talking about increased response times that we've already endured, talking about the challenges that our fire department is having in responding to emergency calls right now, today. So, colleagues, none of us want to talk about this, but we have to talk about the fact that we are struggling this moment today to provide the basic services of government that our constituents expect from us and that our constituents are entitled to. I stand with the realtors, I always have throughout my career, in their concerns, for example, about the state of our sidewalks. The state of our sidewalks are an embarrassment. They're a disaster. We should be investing in trying to figure out solutions for how to make the infrastructure of this city work. But we can't do that now because we're struggling even to keep our parks open, to keep our fire service responsive to the needs of our constituents. So it's easy to say, let's not do anything on revenues. That's easy. But it's not responsible. It's not responsible when we're facing the challenges that we are in keeping our police force and our fire department on the street, in trying to address our infrastructure needs after our parks have endured a more than 30% cut in recent years. We can't continue to do this as a city. Mr. Buscaino is right. We can't tax our way out of this. We also can't cut our way out of this. We have to find revenues. We have to find more efficiencies, which we've heard about the progress that we've made so far. We have to continue to grow the economy, as Mr. Englander has pointed out, and I think some of the steps we've taken on business tax and other things that we're going to continue to do and work on together to do to make the city more business friendly, very important to do, to continue to expand the pie. But it would simply not be realistic to say that somewhere, somehow, there's a $250 million solution that's just going to emerge without our taking action to try to address that right now. And so, colleagues, I would just urge you to join me. I would like to request that we instruct, not that we take an action today on approving any tax increase, but that we instruct staff to come back to us with more specific proposals. Number one, I'd like to instruct the offices of the Chief Legislative Analyst and the City Administrative Officer, with the assistance of the City Attorney, to report back to us with an analysis of a proposed documentary transfer tax revenue ballot measure and necessary recommendations before October 1st, 2012. And as part of that, I would like to ask that Mr. Englander's suggestion about a San Francisco model sliding scale be considered as part of that analysis. And I'd also like to ask that when that report comes back, that we have a credible and thorough study of economic impacts of a proposed documentary transfer tax increase. what evidence is there of impact on sales? What evidence is there of impact on economic development? We need to know that before we can intelligently vote to send this to the voters. So that I would request be part of the report as well. Second, I'd ask that...
Hold on one second, Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Koretz, can we get a second on that from you? Okay, so second it. Now.
Thank you. Second, I would ask that the Council instruct the offices of the CLA and the CAO, with the assistance of the City Attorney, to report back to Council with an analysis of a proposed parking occupancy tax revenue ballot measure and necessary recommendations, also before October 1st, 2012.
Mr. Buscaino, second on that.
And with that, colleagues, I mean, these are things that we need to have staff move on now so that we have time at least to consider whether we want to advance these policy proposals in time for the only ballot measure window we're going to have to be able to get this done in the next 2.5 years. So that's why it's important that we move forward with this. Whether or not we finally decide to do this or do other options is a conversation we can continue to have, and we should. And as you see in Mr. Miller's spreadsheet, there are many, many different other things that we can consider and should be considering. But right now, we have to act on these two measures in order to be able to preserve the opportunity to put this before the voters on a timely basis. And so with that, I would ask for your aye vote.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Krikorian, and to all of the city staff and all of the folk that came here today. So, Madam Clerk, we have Mr. Buscaino.
President, if I can add a friendly amendment to your first motion, Mr. Krikorian, is provide some discounts and for certain solar and seismic improvements on the documentary tax. Are you okay with that?
For purposes of the report back and analysis
right,
of
for the
those
report
sorts
back,
of
absolutely.
I'm happy to accept that.
Throw
That's
that in there
a
as
very
well.
good suggestion.
All righty. Okay. So what I believe we have 2 items to vote on, or is it 3? Do we vote to note and file?
Council can just simply vote on Mr. Krikorian's motions.
Okay. So with that said, can we make one vote, or do we have to vote on each one, or Mr. City Attorney?
Unless there's a request to bifurcate, they could be.
Okay, let's vote on both of them. That's Madam Clerk, Mr. Englander.
We're just simply asking for a vote on just the report
Yes.
backs. Is
Yes.
that correct? And the analysis.
Yes, yes. Okay, let's, Madam Clerk, prepare to vote. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, again, thank everybody. Now, before we go into item number 3, which is a closed session item, it is the intention of this council to adjourn today in the memory of Artie Williams III. Because of the time sensitivity, I would like to ask Mr. Parks to speak at this time where it relates to the wonderful contributions and the friendship of Mr. Williams. But at the end is when we will officially do what we do. And I just know that we have individuals that are here. You see that there are members from the media that are here. They're here to show their respect and their love for Mr. Williams. And I want to make sure that they are afforded an opportunity to be part of this. So with that said, Mr. Parks, I know this is kind of unique, but I think it's appropriate.
Thank you very much. Let me ask Mark Brown from Channel 7 and Beverly White from Channel 4 come up and make their personal comments. I'm going to hold my comments until the adjourning period. So we're going to ask Mark.
Thank you, Councilmember Parks, Mr. Wesson, members of the City Council. It is a difficult time for all of us at ABC 7. We have lost not only a colleague, but a friend, a member of our family, and I dare say a member of the family of the City of Los Angeles. Artie Williams worked for ABC 7 for 30 years. Over the course of that time, we calculated he covered something in the neighborhood of 15,000 stories. That's a conservative estimate. Judging by the expressions of love and support we are getting from the community, from leaders, from people from all walks of life, he made at least that many friends while working for ABC7 as a cameraman. No one can forget the way he approached everyone. He was a friendly guy. He was a big, burly guy. He had broad shoulders and a smile to match. He was a professional. He was a good human being. He cared about people. He spent a lot of his spare time either shooting things for people that wanted as a favor, or going to schools and talking to school children about working in the television business. He was always giving. He died on Saturday, diving off the coast of Catalina. Every time you saw Artie, if you ran into Artie on a Friday, you know, we always kind of ask, so what's coming up this weekend? And he would always say, I'm either going diving or I'm about to go on vacation and I'm going somewhere. Artie had either just gotten back from a diving trip to some far-off land or was just about to go diving. So that was his passion, one of his passions. The other passion was the Los Angeles Lakers. I think if Artie could have done all 15,000 or so stories with the Lakers, he probably would have done that. But he was a fixture there, he was a fixture here, he was a fixture in all of Southern California. He was a fixture in our hearts. We will miss him. We thank you for the honor you bestow upon him today. On behalf of all of us at Channel 7, thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you, Mark. Beverly?
I wasn't planning to speak. I was just planning to soak up the gift that you share with the community of praising our friend Artie Williams. Artie was a photojournalist, so he was behind the scenes, and you may recognize the image on the screen above you now. He was a constant, and as Mark indicated, a perpetual motion machine, but also a gracious human being, not just a newsman, a gentle man. And we will miss him in the field. We will miss him in the industry. We will miss him in the community that is Southern California, because Artie loved L.A., and yes, he loved his Lakers. The diving accident that claimed him may never be explained. We thought he was the healthiest looking news photographer in the field in Southern California, and yet it was just his time to go. We were honored to know him. We will miss him every day. And thank you again for taking this time on behalf of our dear friend Artie Williams III. Thank you.
No, thank you guys for coming down. Mr. Parks?
No, I just want to say thank you very much, and we'll do the formal presentation at the end of council.
And you're welcome to come back then if you'd like. Okay, with that said, since we do have a closed session item, I'm going to recommend that we move quickly to item 9, which was held special by cards. Is Mr. Walsh still around? I don't see Mr. Walsh. And is there a MAC Foundation, LA Best? If you're here, please come. George from the MAC Foundation, LA Best. Okay, I do not see either one of those gentlemen. So, Madam Clerk, let's prepare to vote on this item. Let us open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, now as we get ready to move into our closed... Oh, Mr. Cardenas, I forgot that quickly.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If it's appropriate at this time, I'd like to exercise Rule 23 and what we rarely do around here, which is what we call a friendly 245, Section 245 motion.
Mr. City Attorney, for friendly 245.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, the Board of Airport Commissioners acted to approve NantWorks to refinance the existing lien deed of trust under the Van Nuys Airport lease. Immediate action is required to waive Charter Section 245 review of the action and therefore lend finality to the action before the Friday, August 24th refinancing deadline. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we vote first on the Rule 23 or?
Findings.
Okay.
So this is on the findings. Let us prepare to vote. Madam Clerk, let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, now on the item itself.
Thank you very much. This matter has to do with, as Mr. Zine was pointing out, and we were talking to our lead CAO staff and CLA staff about being respectful and appropriately friendly to business. This is a situation where, due to technicality, if we were not to take up this 245 today, then the action of the Board of Commissioners, which was unanimous, would have to actually wait 5 council days before that action would become in effect. That would push this process inadvertently past August 24th, which is this Friday, for this particular business that is on LAWA land. That's why it had to go through the LAWA Commission, would be able to follow through with their refinance of their particular lease with LAWA. So this purpose of today is for us to look at this for what it is. It's a process that was properly vetted at the commission level, and unfortunately it came to our attention after yesterday's meeting because this would inadvertently not allow the LAWA action, the Board of Commissioners LAWA action, to take effect until after this Friday, August 24th. So I hope we can have your cooperation in the interest of just helping this situation appropriately and respectfully move forward instead of inadvertently allowing it to be thwarted. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on that item, let us, Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, now we're going to
Forthwith, Mr. President.
Forthwith.
Thank you, sir.
Our last item is item 3. We're going to go into closed session on this item, but I do have cards. Could somebody try to locate Donna Pearman? I just saw her, and I don't want to be accused of... Okay, Donna, Miss Pearman, this is on item 3. No, don't run, dear. Don't run, just come on. Item 3, David England, Gary Tobin, and James Johnson.
Anyway.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry. I also was against that transfer tax hurting the homeowners. It looks like you don't care about the homeowners either. Anyway, I think that most middle class employees should understand that if you earned a good pension, you should receive it, whether it be public or private. You want good workers, you pay for it. And you don't need to put more painful sacrifices or do this pension reform on the city employees. You're talking about painful sacrifices. You're against the low to middle class. You should be doing a pension reform for the politicians. Anyway, this pension reform is hurtful. It's going against the city employees. It's just another way to hurt the middle class, the poor of the middle class. The people who they deserve the attention. They earned for it. They worked for it. This is not a freebie. These people worked for these pensions. So I'm not sure what type of pension reform you're talking about, but, remember, these people earn their pensions and they should be able to have it. You just want to do cutbacks on the and tax and take away from the hard-working employees and the middle-class taxpayers. You know what? You shouldn't let people. You shouldn't be. They shouldn't go in front of the voters because you get very little information or no information about the pension and what it entails. So it's not enough for other people to come up with the important decisions on this about pensions. So. Let's keep the pensions where they're good pensions, because you want good employees, you have good pensions.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, I believe it's David England. Come on. Good day, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm David Ingram with the Los Angeles County Business Federation. As a reminder, BizFed speaks for more than 100 business organizations representing 185,000 businesses across our region, including more than 60,000 businesses in the city of Los Angeles. Our members also include nearly 50 trade associations who themselves represent businesses and have business interests in the city. Our members are all concerned about the city's fiscal crisis and about increasing taxes and fees and decreasing services. The trade groups we represent collectively have more than the resources necessary to put on the ballot the kinds of pension reforms passed by supermajorities of voters in San Diego and San Jose. BizFed has a track record of mobilizing our members in support of pension reform ballot initiatives. We hope you fully appreciate that what LA voters approve on the ballot may well be tougher on the city's unions and on city employees than what the LA Chamber of Commerce and others are proposing. We stand firmly with the LA Chamber and business leaders throughout Los Angeles, calling for a comprehensive and sustainable solution. It's inevitable that future public employee pension costs will have to be lower than today. The current system is simply not sustainable under any realistic scenario. Public office holders can amend laws, but not the laws of mathematics. The real question remains, will the necessary changes be agreed to now by the leaders of the public employee unions and, if required, at the ballot box, or will those necessary changes be dictated later by a judge in federal bankruptcy court? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Gary Tobin, followed by James Johnson.
Good afternoon, members of the council. Gary Tobin with the LA Area Chamber of Commerce. Gary Tobin with the LA Area Chamber of Commerce. I shared with you a document that we had shared earlier last week with the EERC. And we just wanted you to see the chart there on the escalating pension costs, and to remind you that in 2005 and 2006, those numbers represented 10.5% and $435 million contribution from the City General Fund. Today, in the 12-13 budget, is $843 million and 18.6% of the General Fund, and the projection from the CAO's office is $1,285,000 and 25.5% of the general fund in 4 more years. When you look at these numbers, on average, you're looking at an increase of about $100 million a year. And you've been starting most of your budget discussions with a budget deficit each year in recent years of about $200 million. And about half of that comes from these escalating costs. This isn't a criticism of anyone who works for the city. This is simply a statement about we have some costs that are escalating in a way that I think is unsustainable for the city, and we all have to work together to find a way to solve this crisis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, Brother President and members of the council. I know you want to go into executive session to discuss this matter, but I feel compelled beyond measure to simply say this. One, there is no institution outside of the 13 or 14 of you who have dealt more concretely with the issues related to the budget of the city of Los Angeles than the represented unions in this city. I don't know where some of our friends from the business community have been. The last I looked, we're approaching $800 or so million in concessions that labor has made in this crisis. We don't keep our heads in the sand. We're not stupid. We know there's a crisis because for the last 4.5 years, literally 3 days a week, There's been somebody here representing the interests of workers and the interests of this great city dealing with these issues. We are at a place where we got some tough decisions to make, and we've already made some. And we know we're going to have to do some stuff. But we don't deal with threats. Let me be clear. We do not deal with threats. You got resources, brother, we got resources too. And if you want a war that we did not start, we've done nothing but to try to help to avoid a war. Let's get it on.
Well, Brother Johnson, I hope we can find peace. That is the objective of this council. But you got my attention. Okay, with that said, sergeants, we're going to go into closed session. If we could clear the council chambers. Yes, Mr. Parks?
For Mr. Rosendahl.
Oh, item 9, forthwith. It is my intention to clear out all staff as well, except for a representative from the CAO's office, CLA's office, and my office. So, sergeants, please let me know when the chamber has been cleared. Okay, we are now back in open session. Mr. Koretz, you're trying to get rid of a document, I see. Hey, Ray, you can come get mine as well. Mr. City Attorney, do we need to make some kind of official announcement now that we've come out of closed session?
Yes.
And what would that announcement be?
In closed session, the City Council provided instruction to the CAO in relation to discussing with civilian employee unions regarding civilian pension reform for new hires and regarding the initiating of an actuarial study.
Okay, so it's not necessary for us to vote again, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So is there any more business before this committee, Madam Clerk? I could not hear you. Turner, her
Council has
mic.
motions for posting and referral.
Okay, those motions are considered posted and referred. Yeah, if you want to, you can. Okay, next.
That clears the desk.
Okay, announcements. Let's go to adjourning motions, and we will start with Mr. Parks to complete what we started earlier regarding Mr. Williams. Mr. Parks.
Thank you very much. I have two adjourning motions. The first will be, we'd ask that you adjourn in memory of Artie Williams III, who died August 18, 2012. It was confirmed late Saturday night that Artie died while diving in the waters off Catalina Island. The exact cause of death are not known. Artie was a videographer at the WMAR-TV in Baltimore for several years. He later moved to KABC-TV, where he worked for 30 years. He enjoyed his work the most when he was covering Los Angeles sports teams. He was a longtime member of the Eyewitness News, and he loved his job. His big smile, bigger heart were part of what made him so special to work with. Artie was a great man and loved all. He was known as a friend of having a strong but gentle presence with a positive attitude towards life. His greatest pleasure was to dive and travel around the world doing just that. Sunday, August the 19th, Artie would have celebrated his 60th birthday. He's survived by his mother, 3 sisters, and a host of family members. The funeral services are pending.
Ms. Perry.
I just wanted to add a few words about Artie. No job was too large or too small for him, and he did each with equal enthusiasm. He was a role model to many young people who sought a career in photojournalism. What I liked about him most is his interest in inner city students and teaching them about drive and perseverance. He covered a press conference I had for the installation of a crosswalk in South Los Angeles, and it was really a joy to behold him as he organized the children and organized the shot, and he did it with just such positive energy. It's hard to believe that he's gone, but he will truly be missed.
Mr. LaBonge.
Yeah, and as earlier said by Mark Brown, he on every Friday would talk about what he was doing that weekend. He was going to go after this last weekend scuba diving activity. He was going to go visit his mother on vacation. So it's a tragedy. Every day is an absolute blessing. These cameramen worked very hard. Artie for 30 years, always pleasant, and did the job. And before, they used to have 3 people, a sound man, a reporter, and the cameraman. And now they do it all, and he has that Eyewitness News positive attitude, which is so going to be much missed. He was a great friend to all of us who really tried to capture the news and give it to the people.
Mr. Zine.
Mr. President, Arnie Kleiner, the General Manager President of ABC 7 Los Angeles. This Channel 7 crew is like a family, and I've spent some hours over at the studio along with many of my colleagues. And Arnie was always a man who was there to make the best of what he could with us in politics, spent a lot of time here at City Hall, and to have Mark Brown, excuse me, the anchorman, come down with Bev White from Channel 4 to show the respect for this man of journalism who was so influential and so effective in his job carrying out those duties. May he rest in peace. A man who loved his job, loved the people of Los Angeles, obviously loved diving, and sadly passed away. May he rest in peace.
Mr. Parks.
Also ask that we adjourn in memory of Larry E. Grant, born in March 1926 in Sherman, Texas, died August 18th. He received his formal education from Fred Douglass Elementary and High School, continued to L.A. Harbor College with an accounting major. During his service in the U.S. Army, he graduated from advanced classes in the U.S. Army Finance and Accounting School at the University of Maryland and completed graduate studies at the American Institute of Banking as well as the National University, where he received a Distinguished Leadership Award. Larry was drafted in the U.S. Army during World War II, and he served in England and France and in the U.S. Army Occupation Forces of Germany, first as an administrative NCO, a technical sergeant at the age of 19 in October 1946, and this is during the segregated Army. He was recommended to the Chief of Finance, a Major General, to become a member of the Army Finance Corps. Upon return to the U.S., he re-enlisted in the regular Army. Immediately after graduating from the Army Finance School, he was assigned to teach the new military pay record system in New Jersey, New York, and Massachusetts. In '58, Larry was sent to Europe as an internal review officer of staff finance. While stationed in France, he built the first Little League baseball field for American independence and coached the European runner-up champions in 1960, 61, 62. He was returned to the U.S. to serve as a chief clerk in the Post Finance and Control Department, Fort MacArthur, California, and he retired in 1964. He enjoyed a successful career in banking industry spanning over 20 years. He served as an executive position as the highest-ranking African-American with premier banks such as Security Pacific National, Bank of Finance, Pacific Coast Bank, San Diego, California. He retired in 1984. While serving as president and CEO of Pacific Coast Bank, he turned an idea and a vision into a reality. He organized one of the largest parades in the world, the Kingdom Day Parade, in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King's birthday and holiday. He's sponsored annually by the National Cultural Foundation, of which Larry was the chairperson and president and CEO. The Kingdom Day Parade takes place in both San Diego and Los Angeles. Mr. Grant serves as the chair of the Veterans Affairs Commission in the city of Carson. He also is a former board member of the Carson Torrance NAACP and became the Civic and Community Dedication, has been the recipient of more than 100 awards and honors. Larry married Nancy Diaz in 1948, and to this union they're the proud parents of 2 sons and 2 daughters, and 6 grandchildren and 8 great-grandchildren. Larry is survived by a host of family members, and funeral services are pending.
On that one, Mr. Parks, if Ms. Perry, yourself, and I should sign that, that's a request that I received last night. But Ms. Perry?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Larry was the heart and soul of that parade, and I'm glad that he had a life so full and that he was able to realize the fruits of his labor. And I know that it gave him an enormous amount of pride for people in the media to recognize that this was the largest Martin Luther King Day parade in the country, and it was impressive. I can't imagine a parade without him, but fortunately he has grandchildren. He had been training for years, and this is a big loss, but I know that we'll carry on in his memory.
And I concur with everything that you said, and his grandchildren will keep this dream alive. Any more adjourning motions? Mr. Labange?
Yeah, I just said it was great. Larry Grant, I just wanted to say that, having worked with the mayor's office for years, that you'd get involved with people, but to hear the history of that man, as Mr. Parks recited, so special. God bless his memory. A person who lived a full life was Larry Grant, but it's sad that he's gone. Another one is Phyllis Diller, 97 years old. On behalf of Mr. Rosendahl, I ask we adjourn in her memory. She was a tremendous asset in television as the first comedic woman ever to break the barrier. Worked many years with Bob Hope around the world with you, with the USO, and she was much loved. I had the chance in the last year to be with her a couple of times, and she was just sharp as could be. So I ask we adjourn in memory of Phyllis Diller, who's survived by her son Perry and her daughter Suzanne and 4 grandchildren. Phyllis Diller, a great comedic actress.
Mr. Krikorian?
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I just on Friday, I want to thank you all for joining me in adjourning in memory of United States Marine Corps Captain Matt Manoukian, who passed away, was killed in action in Afghanistan. What I did not know at the time that I presented that motion, and I apologize for not mentioning this, was that Captain Manoukian, in addition to all the other things I mentioned, was the nephew of former LA Fire Chief William Bamatre. And he obviously came from an incredible family committed to public service. Both of his parents were judges. His uncle was our fire chief. And of course, Matt was serving our country in the United States Marine Corps. So our thoughts and prayers are with the entire family.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. No other adjourning motions. Members, this council meeting is adjourned. See you tomorrow at 10 a.m.